I bored out your mom last night. Oh, oh, oh. That's why there's no Borefield now. Oh. Oh. Also, there was a patch for Skylines. Apparently, the Game Pass version is now up to date with the Steam version. So we got basically 2 patches. We're gonna see what it's like tonight here in a little bit. Yeah. See if it's good. We're probably gonna end up going back to Starfield though. After my coffee is made. I have a lot of energy tonight. Very weird. It's either something with my water or my sleep schedule or sleeping. Not sure. Pretty good though. Felt this energized in a while. That's a good thing. Only time. Only time in streaming in the last decade in which free space has ever become a concern on my computer. It was right now. I believe the 4TB 990 is on sale. They're literally trying to... I don't know why. This is probably a sign. I should take this as a sign at this point. I read it was on sale. Apparently it's not. Now, if you want the 4TB model, it's on sale. Not that I need a 4TB model, but, you know, you can. You can technically get it. Apparently a coupon, too. $354. I guess if you need it. Good morning, Techno. How's it going? Pretty good. Feeling pretty festive tonight so far. They slept really well, which I don't know how. I'm pretty sure I have, good morning, Slane. I'm pretty sure I have, what is it called? I mean, I have 32 terabytes of storage in my server. That doesn't help me, though. On my desktop PC. Yeah, sleep apnea. Talked about in the past. And simple things that change how I sleep make it so I don't have sleep apnea. And then I just feel much better. Yeah, well, I've looked into sleep studies. Sleep studies will cost anywhere from $1,200 to $2,000, and I don't have money for it. And it turns out my schedule for sleeping is kind of weird. There's no at-home test for it. You literally have to go in and they have to do a sleep study, which I think is over the course of a couple days or a week or something like that. Very expensive. Boy, when it fucking when I sleep well, it just absolutely changes my life. It is ridiculous. So I probably do have sleep apnea, and I probably need to get a CPAP. CPAPs are the machines, if you like the breather machines, if you guys have ever heard it. It basically helps regulate your breathing when you sleep. Yep. No, that's the thing. That's why I said I have sleep apnea. I'm pretty sure I do. So oftentimes I'll wake up and I'll feel fatigued. Sleeping more doesn't really change or help things. It helps a little bit, but it's not really the same thing. I mean, I do like sleeping, but it's one of these things where it definitely feels like I just don't sleep enough. And then I wake up tired or fatigued, and I've just kind of been living with it. And I've been sure for probably like the last 6 or so years that I have sleep apnea. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say, right? Go get it checked out. We have the world's best healthcare in the U.S. We have the world's best healthcare here. Go get it checked out. But there is a huge dollar sign associated with that. So, well, oh my God, you can see the experts. Experts are amazing. Oh my God, we have the best experts here, guys. We have the best medicine in the world. Yeah, it all little dollar signs, cha-ching, going on there. So even if you're in Canada and you have to wait on a list to go see a specialist for a CPAP machine, you can, right? You could just do it and then just get it done. So even if there's a wait list for something specialized like a sleep study, you can actually get it done, where I'm looking at, $1,200 to $2,000 just for the study itself and not the equipment. And that's pretty immense. So, I don't know, I've been putting that off. And you're right, I should save up for it. I should do it. I should do it. I should save the money, save my pennies, and go and do it. It's also, I think part of it's also just not being able to pay the money. Like, I have to go see someone. It turns into a whole ordeal where I need to change my life around. And I've been really busy, and that just doesn't... Yeah. So you're in the U.S., so in the U.S. you have to pay for insurance, right? But insurance is much more expensive than paying just taxes for socialized healthcare. Essentially, you can think of higher taxes in Canada being what you would otherwise pay for health insurance, right? Health insurance is pretty fucking expensive if you have it in the U.S. It's very expensive, or your employer pays for it, and I guarantee you, they aren't like, let's just give them something for free. It's actually included in how much they're paying you. So, regardless, you thinking you're getting something for free, you're not. It's all that's calculated out by people that are in business, because that's what they get paid to do, and that's what they do. So, even if you get it for free with your employer, it's not free. Well, it's not just that, you have to calibrate it too. I thought about that, Techno. I thought about exactly that, but you have to calibrate them, and that's not something I am outfitted to do. You can't just buy one and just use it. My glasses, these guys, Zenni Optical, highly recommend them. It's just go in and get a prescription. I went to a big box store and I paid $700 in 2018, I think it was, because my brother convinced me that maybe that you're going to get a better experience if you pay for quality or something like that. No. It's the prescription from Walmart, basically the same price, and then you just fill out the order in Zenni Optical and you get your glasses. Pay a nurse at an old folks home. I mean, yeah, I think I'd look kind of weird if I just went to an old folks home and went, hey, you want something under the table? And just like rattle my bag next to a nurse. She'd probably go, Can I help you, sir? You know, yeah. And I've actually done different things too. Like you can, if you guys didn't know, some things that you probably should get done is get your hormones checked, hormones, vitamins, your thyroid as well. I've looked into a lot of different things over the years. Big deal, especially when you get older, and you probably won't realize that you're lacking in different parts in your day-to-day diet. You just go through life living it, and that's not through a doctor. You can get at-home tests now, which are actually, I mean, they're still expensive, but they aren't nearly as expensive as going in. And obviously, when you get older, your testosterone levels start going down as a guy. And they'll even start recommending you TRT. I'm not on TRT, but they recommend you TRT, which is testosterone replacement therapy, which does very much make you feel completely different. An apple per day keeps the doctor away. Well, I mean, having no money keeps the doctor away, too. Oh! I mean, so I've actually tried to diagnose whether or not I have sleep apnea. I got an oxygen monitor. Not the same thing as a pulse monitor. It's a oxygenated O2 monitor. Get them for like $100 on Amazon. I got it, and I thought it looked relatively normal, so I didn't think it was super imperative that I went in. But I'm not equipped to figure it out. I mean, fruit's good for you. A lot of things are good for you. Candy is not good for you. I'm personally of the mind, I used to eat apples a lot. I don't keep them around because I stopped eating them and then they just go bad. I'm of the mind it's not just like eating an apple, it's figuring out what in the apple is actually good for you and then just getting it without having the apple. Because you can't consistently actually get stuff from an apple. You can try. But like, getting the vitamins and nutrients that you need in day-to-day life is part of the game, right? And you can eat all the food, you can eat a proper diet. In order for you to eat a proper diet, guys, and get everything you need, you literally have to, like, eat, like, a little bit of everything. You have to go to the store and get, like, a little bit of everything, and then just keep it. Like, the kind of diet that you would need would be insane. Get proper levels of vitamin C, vitamin A, K, D, E. D you normally get from the sun, but if you stay inside a lot, you don't get that, D, E. Then you also have the amino acids, which you get from meats generally, but you don't eat a lot of meats because meats are bad for you, but amino acids are good for you. So figure out the kind of amino acids you need, or BCAA. There's all different sorts of weird shit that in order for you to get in a day-to-day diet, it is next to impossible. Well, I mean, it's keeping you alive. My dad would be dead if there wasn't modern medicine. My brother would be dead if there wasn't modern medicine. My mom possibly would be dead already, because she had cancer. Cancerous lump removed, not necessarily cancer. My brother had his appendix out when he was a kid. My dad had his appendix out when he was a kid. He has stents, pacemaker, pace regulator too, which is a little bit different than a pacemaker. Yeah. Modern medicine, definitely Definitely a good deal. Appendicitis and getting your appendix out is only a procedure that's probably, what, 100 years old? When was the first appendix removed? When was the first appendix removed? 1735. So, actually really older. When did appendectomies become common, not recorded? Yeah, like one surgeon somewhere knowing how to do this, not the same as the rest of the world. When did appendectomies become common? 1735. No, that's the same date. Surgical treatment for appendicitis began in earnest during the 1880s. So, 140 years old. That's kind of weird. So I'm doing this because I don't want to use... They might just show a picture of appendicitis or something. So 1735, when the first operation was performed, but then it was still, yeah, it was like 150 years later before the rest of the world decided that they're also going to do it. There's the information lag prior to the internet and modern history and science is pretty extreme. So that's why I looked it up again, because this is the first time it was recorded, and this is when it became commonplace in the 1880s. So, yeah, it's something, you probably know someone that's gotten appendix removed, right? I know a couple people that my grandma, I think, had her appendix out. She's 95, by the way. 96, 95, she's up there. I think my aunt did, my dad did, my brother did, I didn't, my mom didn't. Yeah, it's very, very common. Yep. And now they do it with just like little holes in you too, and they don't even need to cut you open. Yeah, I mean, well, it's not. 1735 was when it first was recorded, and then this is where the rest of the world decided they're going to start doing it, right? This is pretty different than this. This is prior to, modern science, so people sharing ideas and information becoming common, which is probably in the 1900s. When stuff like that started taking off. And nowadays we're super interconnected with the internet and AI, which is great. Yeah, exactly. I mean, modern medicine's good. It's very costly, depending on what you're doing. But yeah, like I'd be able to go in and get a sleep study. How much do sleep studies cost? $1,000 to $10,000. Average in-lab sleep study is 3,000. Okay, so maybe I was a little bit off. Christ. Are sleep studies worth it? Everyone that's gotten a sleep study and has a CPAP machine would 100% try to convince you that it's worth it. The problem is the money. It's a lot of money. At-home sleep apnea tests range from $100 to $600. If only. By the way, I hate when they make websites too big. This is probably like 20% too big. That's actually affordable. This is where the U.S. is. I'm ordering healthcare a la carte. And by the way, that right there probably does exactly the same... This is oxygen monitor, by the way. That right there probably does exactly the same thing that an oxygen monitor does. Which is this guy. You put your finger in it and measures your O2 levels in your blood. Uh-huh. Disposable home sleep apnea test is mailed to your home and can be completed at your convenience. Schedule an optional follow-up appointment. Additional fees apply. Problem with doing this is, like, it might not be calibrated properly. That's the whole reason for doing this instead of just ordering a kit from Amazon, right? I believe for a sleep apnea test, it's not just a finger thing. They have to put a thing over your mouth to monitor your breath, and this doesn't do that. Well, assumedly, it doesn't do it. That's obstructed sleep apnea. I don't think that's not the same thing as all sleep apnea, though. Traditional way of diagnosing sleep apnea. The only way to confirm diagnosis of sleep apnea is to complete a study. Sleep study. A sleep study is a non-invasive test that allows you doctors to track activity in your brain and body as you sleep. The process of these lab tests, I mean, so, like, you can say it is a pain to go and do this, right? But you kind of need to go and do it. That's why something like this kind of strikes me as weird. October 2017, approving the use of home sleep apnea testing. A clinical measure in diagnosing obstructive sleep apnea. Not all sleep apnea is obstructive. Obstructive central sleep apnea happens when your brain does not send signals needed to breathe. Yeah, I might have this. I don't think I have obstructive, I think I have this. Like, my brain is so deep in sleep, I just don't breathe. I am just... Ninja streamed on X and got 22 million views. I heard about the views, I didn't hear about the viewers. Sleep on your back? No, I sleep on my side. And sometimes on my stomach. I don't sleep on my stomach anymore, mainly because my back isn't what it used to be. I do enjoy sleeping on my stomach, though. It's probably the most restful sleep I get. Yeah, I heard about that. Stole it right from my book, guys. Huge pain in the ass, which is why I haven't done it. You even post anything? Oh, I think this is where it doesn't... It only gives you, like, his most uprated posts. He streamed on Twitter yesterday, I think it was. I think I saw that, too. I watched Ninja for a little bit, and it was literally just him, like, just talking about, like, stuff that was, like, 3 to 7 years old. Like, the truth behind... 10 hours ago, the truth behind what happened with Mixer and so much more. Mixer was, like, 4 years ago. He was, like, talking about how he had, like, PTSD from, like, he was up there, like, flossing in front of people and no one was flossing with him. It's fucking weird. Oh, Elon Musk retweeted Ninja's... That's why. That's why he got so many viewers. Elon Musk retweeted him. Yeah. That would explain things. And once again, the problem with Twitter is it's extremely hard to set up, and there's no discovery options. It only works if you have a shitload of people watching you. Or, following you, excuse me. It's like, imagine having Twitter or YouTube in which it would notify no one else when you go live except for people following you, and that's it. So there's no discovery options on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Kick. Like, there's no directory, there's nothing. The only way people find you is by other people talking about you, or the people that follow you talking about you. So it's pointless for me right now. I've tweeted at I've tweeted at Elon Musk. I tweeted at X. I tweeted at Dexerto. Whenever it pops up, because it just one discusses it. I'll tweet at Musk. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, Techno, right? It makes sense, but like the problem is it only diagnoses obstructive sleep apnea. I might have I'm pretty sure I have central sleep apnea, which is, so obstructive is like when your airway closes, like you lean back, and people that snore generally have sleep apnea. By the way, I don't snore. It's like where your windpipe like misaligns, and then your back of your throat kind of closes up. I'm pretty sure I do not have obstructive sleep apnea. I'm pretty sure I have central sleep apnea, which is another reason I wouldn't want to do this. Yeah, I get it, dude. I understand. Once again, this is not about the right call. This is about money. This is all about money. This is all about money. $1,000 to $10,000 is a lot of money. And yeah, they could say, oh, you probably have sleep apnea, and you probably need to talk to someone, but then we're back to basically getting an actual sleep test done, which I need to save up my money for and then do. Maybe just put it on, I guess I don't think I can even put that on a credit card. That's a lot of money. Yeah, anyways, the whole reason Twitter got, or prior to that, I was watching him on Twitch yesterday, and he said he had 400 viewers. So, yeah, the only reason he had so many viewers on on Twitter, was because Elon Musk retweeted him. He probably would not have hit that in any way, shape, or form prior to him retweeting him. Yeah. Anyways, moving along. I know it's an issue, but this is probably it. I'm pretty sure I have central sleep apnea, and that requires a brain test. My guess is they put electrodes, ERG, I think it's called. They put it on the little cap thing they put on you, so they can monitor your brain waves. And that's not something you get with this guy. This only diagnoses obstructive sleep apnea. They actually say that. The home sleep apnea tests analyze breathing but not the quality of sleep, so the test is really designed to detect the presence of OSA. They actually mention on their website the drawbacks. This is kind of weird. Normally they don't do this. Maybe they're required to by law. Huh. That's actually interesting. Availability in the area can be up to 3 months. That doesn't say how long the study takes. Only $4,600 here, guys. I love looking up the cost of medical stuff online. It varies so much. Oh, maybe my health insurance covers it. Let me check. Medicine? Do. Huh. Volunteer for Neuralink. I don't want to end up with more disorder. That's not the end game. The end game is not to end up worse off than when I started. Putting aside the fact Neuralink is actually very cool, and I look forward to jacking into the Matrix. Right now, the people that they're getting to volunteer for that stuff are the people that really have nothing to lose. It's like your cancer patients. Cancer patients will... There's actually a psychological term for it, but basically, because you're so out of options, you'll do basically anything. You become really desperate. So the people that sign up for studies with all sorts of negatives are usually the type of people that really have a lot of things wrong, right? That really, really could benefit, and all the more power to them. I hope they get better, and I hope it gets, Neuralink is very cool. I was actually talking on a post on Twitter, guys, relatively recently here. I got a lot of hot takes on Twitter in various forms. People, it's kind of funny. Like, I mean, it was like a month ago. Remember when we had the guy in chat that was like hand clapping me when I was talking about being a centrist and how people don't always agree with me. I'm like, everyone hates centrist because usually, like, it means I'm not going to agree with just one side, right? I'll go left or right depending on the issue, back and forth, whatever. It's whatever I feel is the right direction for things to go. I had a guy in here that's like, oh my god, yeah, that's fantastic. That's so good. That's so good. Yeah, I was like talking about it's basically left-leaning stuff. Right-leaning? Right-leaning stuff. It's basically conservative stuff, right? He's hand clapping here because I was talking about conservative stuff, and I was agreeing with some of the conservative things people are saying. And then I started talking about left-leaning stuff like socialized services, and he's like, oh my god, you're such a hypocrite. You fucking say shit like this, and oh my god, why are you so bad? Like, literally, the 180 about face was so impressive. Like, I eventually banned him. But he was just in here fucking clapping his hands right up until, like, everything to do with just being, like, in between, right? Going different directions, just doing what you think is right rather than what aligns with the political party or ideology, right? Going what I feel is right, or what's not necessarily even moderate, but rather is just a more balanced approach to things, right? And not just going to extremes on either side. He's just sitting there clapping his hands, and then the moment I say something that does not align with his side, he's like, holy shit, you're such a fucking idiot. You're so stupid. Why do you do this shit? Oh my god, you're so bad. Oh my god, do you hear this guy? Well, and then like the clown eyes and the face tear shit, it's like, yeah. Anyways, I'm segueing here, guys. On Twitter, I had a recent discussion. People were discussing making fun of. It's kind of weird how, like, I pick up on some, like, weeb stuff because I have the people I not even follow. I don't even look at the people I follow for the most part. It's generally trend. It's what trends and what aligns with. I have my Twitter newsfeed pretty pretty dialed into looking at topics I want to talk about, like stuff that might be slightly controversial, political issues, science, tech, very much into science, technology, anime, and like you get some really weird crossbows, especially with the anime folks, like the anime weebs. And one of them was an anime weeb that was talking about a space elevator and how is it terrible, like there's no way it could ever work, right? They're just like, well, I learned this when I was 5. This is so dumb. How could you ever think a space elevator would possibly be possible? So, a space elevator, guys, if you don't know, is not a freestanding structure. And the weird thing is, the majority of the people that were in that thing did not understand the concept that a space elevator would not actually be freestanding, and it's not whipping around the Earth. It's not a kite. And a space elevator is not a kite. It's not sitting here being pulled by the Earth. That's not the way it works. There's a geostationary orbit, and you have something very heavy, like a meteor, is the most common asteroid meteor. I think it's asteroid when it's in space. You tether it to a really big asteroid in space, and this essentially acts as an anchor point. The only thing the cable needs to support is its own weight, which is immense, by the way. Don't get me wrong; that's still a thing that needs to be overcome. But people are talking about it like it's either pulling something along, and like, you know, it's basically everything that's attached to it is being pulled along like a kite. No, so basically it's almost like the idea of something that's hanging from space. It's not the opposite; it's the opposite direction. You're basically hanging something from outer space, because it could be the thing that pulls it down is the gravity. But what keeps it in space is the geostationary orbit attached to the large piece of mass. So it doesn't actually pull the mass out of space because it's in geostationary orbit, right? Just like a moon is not, the moon isn't going to get pulled out of outer space by gravity or Earth, right? It's in a geostationary orbit. That's just the way it works. But the whole idea here is basically, if people think about it like, oh, it's a line and it's very taut between these two axes, and obviously it would be taut, because if it wasn't, it would cause all sorts of harmonics in the wire itself. There's stuff to overcome, don't get me wrong, but the whole idea is like no one actually understood that you would anchor it in space to a very heavy mass, and as such it's basically like hanging. It's essentially like hanging between the 2 points, and obviously it'd be pulled taut, but relatively taut. But the whole idea, it might not even be pulled taut because gravity might even pull it taut. You might not even need to pull the wire taut because gravity is pulling down on it and causes it basically to stretch out all on its own, because of gravity. The force of gravity on it would stretch out the wire. So it's actually possible that a space elevator wouldn't even be anchored to the ground. Yeah, like some of the ideas behind like space elevator stuff are really far out there. So the whole idea that it's taut between these two things, or it's a kite, or it's a structure, it's literally a skyscraper, which is completely wrong. It's a skyscraper, right? It's just wrong. But you just think about it. Instead, you think about it like a giant piece of mass and a wire hanging off of it and floating through space. That's basically it. And don't get me wrong, it is bleeding edge, and it would be very difficult to do, mainly because the whole R&D surrounding such an idea is no one is looking for a giant piece of wire that is thousands of miles long, right? The longest wire we have that is needed is basically for elevators and skyscrapers. That's it. And that's only up to a certain thickness and only is made to carry people, right? So the whole idea behind a stretchable wire that is super long is actually something that isn't even researched, because there's no R&D. There's capitalism or research and development is highly, highly, highly motivated or directioned based on money. If there's no money, bridges, there you go, suspension bridge, that'd be a good one, right? Suspension bridge is another one, but suspension bridges aren't even, I wouldn't say even have as much force on them. No, okay, I'm just talking about my ass. As compared to a skyscraper, some skyscrapers are really tall. Maybe suspension bridges, quite possibly. And don't get me wrong, it's the whole idea of such. Yeah, suspension bridge is probably the best example of it. Don't get me wrong, you know, the idea of such a thing is complex and it would require a significant amount of R&D. But there's no demand for a giant long wire besides a suspension bridge, right? That's it. And they only go so long between masses, and then once they anchor off, then you have another mass, right? And the wires are only so long for that. So, like, the whole idea of it is bleeding edge, and as such is not something people normally think about, and it's such there's no problem solving. Like going to the moon, and a favorite example here, guys. Yeah. I don't think that's end-to-end. You're probably talking about the world's longest suspension bridge, but I don't think that's end-to-end. So normally they have anchor points, right? Where it anchors off and then it starts a new one. But there's no development because there's no real need for it. And underwater cables are not, they're not taut and they aren't under their own weight. That's different. But yeah, like it's not just a cable. Suspension bridges are completely, and the force for the suspension bridge is different too, right? So a suspension bridge, if we look at this, the force applied to it is horizontal. It's basically perpendicular to the wire. It's not the same thing as the wire being pulled taut on both ends, right? Like this. It is basically wires drooping off of the wire and pulling down on it. So it's not even the same type of stress, because I'm not an engineer. If we look at these right here, right, they're just coming down. The stress is pulling down on the wire. So it is putting, like, pulling force, I guess you could say, on the wire itself. And there's probably engineering terms for all this. But a lot of the force is actually pulling down on the cable itself, right? So it's not exactly the same thing. Here's, like, a newer version of it. And this isn't even the same as this, right? Where the weight is being pulled down on the cable itself. And I just lost the picture. Yeah, right here. Like, this is literally this is a straight pull, right? It's just pulling from both ends and there's nothing in between. But either way, the whole idea here, guys, is you need a cable thousands of miles long, and depending on where it's anchored in orbit, thousands of miles long, and it's nothing no one has ever done before, right? And as such, there is no amount of research that has went into it, so of course it looks impossible. It looks impossible because no one's done it, because there's been no reason to do it, right? And as such, it will be impossible, and it's not necessarily because physically it's impossible, but rather because material sciences aren't there. For instance, the wire, how we develop the wire, or different types of wire. We're pouring billions of dollars into fusion power, right? And we're getting somewhere, like slowly making our way through it, but there's no end in sight. Fusion could be next year, or it could be decades from now. No one really knows. It's a guessing game, right? But the end goal is something that really justifies the means. In the case of a space elevator, we don't really need that kind of, like, a space elevator would allow you massive amounts of transportation to space, right? It's something, if we'd had a burgeoning space industry, it would make a lot of sense. Right now we have Elon Musk and firing rockets up, and he does a lot of that, but it's not like we need to constantly send freight shipments to space, right? You know, the demand is not there, and let alone the supply isn't there, because we supply right now with rockets, because you don't need to build a space elevator to send stuff to space, right? And kind of in bleeding edge tech that sends stuff to orbit, the spin launch is a thing, and you go, oh, that's silly. Spin launch actually exists, and it's definitely a good idea. You can't use people. There's limitations to this. Very cool concept. I like talking about this, and people think this is insane, but it's basically a catapult. It spins a projectile around and launches it to space. It is extremely cheap compared to launching a rocket. Yeah. It's basically inside of a vacuum. It spins it around really fast and then shoots it off to space. Very, very cool. And people are like, no, there's so many, when this was first introduced, there's so many people that were talking about how this is impossible. It's possible. The cargo would be limited because it'd have to survive the G-forces of being spun around in the first place. But it's a new type of launch vehicle that goes to outer space, right? But in the case of a space elevator, there's just not really. That's actually pretty cool. That might actually be CG, though. In the case of a space elevator, though, there isn't really demand, and there isn't really. You just basically have to pour a shitload of money into a black hole until something happens, and no one's really doing that. There's nothing in the existence of, like, space elevators that exists. It's not a concept people are working on. It's not that it's impossible. It's rather that science right now is not remotely directed towards it. Spaceflight was not, really. It didn't really take off until we had the space race with the Russians, right? And that was kind of pointless. We just went to the moon and put a flag down there. I mean, it helped with certain sciences. Like, you can look up the technical advancements from going to space for the moon. Like Velcro, for instance. No one uses Velcro. Velcro's pretty fucking cool. There's a lot of different things that they basically engineered to get to where they needed to go. There's a lot of advancements along the way. In terms of a giant long cable, another example of where that could actually be used is jet stream wind power. So the idea of jet stream wind power is jet stream is very, very predictable and constant. So if you have something in the jet stream, there is a constant force of wind going in a constant direction at all times. So a jet stream wind turbine would be a kite, basically up in the jet stream with turbines on it. And it would basically provide its own power and be tethered to the ground. Obviously, this would be an extreme example, but it's one of the few cases in which wind power is actually remotely feasible. The further up you go, the more predictable wind becomes and the more force you get too. So if you have something in the jet stream, it's an insane amount of energy you could potentially generate from it, but at the expense you need to tether something to the ground, right? And that would be pretty insane. Well, I don't know how much power feasibly would generate. That's kind of up in the air, but like you're talking future tech right here. Like it's fun to talk about, but there's no real idea of if it's even possible. Like you're not possible what benefits it would provide, but like you're talking about side technological advancements in addition to just going and having a space elevator in the first place. You're talking about like what benefits a giant long wire could provide you, right? And bridges, I mean, you could bridge everything, and not that you really need to, but it would be possible. Yeah. Are you Googling? How fast does wind move in the jet stream? $140. Anyways, you have a whole area of wind that is very, very predictable and constant, and that's something the wind generally is not, and allows you basically to have the option of generating power from it that's very sustainable. This, I thought it was a lot faster than that. What is that? $110 miles an hour. It probably depends on where you are, too. On average, jet streams move at about 110 miles an hour. If it's too fast, by the way, it would be detrimental. You wouldn't be able to generate energy off of it without, once again, more science. If you guys didn't know, like, wind turbines right now, the way they're set up, if the wind blows too much, they have to turn them off, which is where the vanes go sideways, perpendicular to the airflow, so they don't spin too fast. Up to 300 miles an hour. That's relative to not moving. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure. So it's not all constant. It's not all the same everywhere. There's different. It's like ocean currents. There's different jet streams in different parts of the world. It depends on where you go. So it might be different depending on where you are. Underwater energy generation. There's actually projects for that already, which is very similar. They have issues though. That's the other optional one. The problem with stuff like that is, once again, getting stuff to land, right? Which maybe would help solve the same problems. Is underwater power generation is much more sporadic because the water currents change, I guess, aren't as predictable. They change a lot. Usually where they have underwater water generation, there are a couple projects like this. It's in channels. They actually basically put wind turbines under the water. Idle turbine. Either way, like I was on Twitter, and like just people just have like, no, this is that's tidal power. That's not the same thing. Tidal power is with the ebb and flow. Tidal stream generator. This is what I was thinking of. So basically, this is just a tower with wind turbines on the side, is what this amounts to, and they can pull it out of the water, and you can look at it. That. I like how Wikipedia has these tiny little images you're supposed to look at. Basically, it's just a turbine underwater, or a propeller underwater. Easier to build and move, sure. It doesn't generate as much power, though. That's the thing. And they're running into issues with stuff. With them, I think a lot of it depends on actually having reliable channels. Large-scale title stream generator. It was decommissioned by Simic Atlantis Energy Limited in summer 2019. First known tide mill. Nidra Monastery Mill, where remains dated to 787. Yeah, a little bit different. That's like actual dams. Just showing water flow. And this is basically with the sea currents. This is essentially a dam is what this amounts to. So the water moves in and out of here through the natural rise and fall of the tide. It'll go back and forth between here, and that's how it generates power. Yeah. But anyways, the whole idea of a space elevator is like, no, it can't be done. No, there's no way. No way, no way. Like on Twitter was because no one's done it. And going to the moon's the same thing. Just because no one's done it doesn't mean it's impossible. And especially the majority of people that were posting there did not actually operate under the idea that it would ever be tethered to something in space. There's no way to make a space elevator without tethering it to space. It doesn't even make sense. You just have a wire that's like if it wasn't tethered to something in outer space, you would basically have a building. Yeah. And building a building to outer space maybe sometime in the future, but for now, that's not something I'd ever consider. A space elevator is basically just a wire tied to two ends and relatively taut, or whatever it needs to be taught to, right? But yeah, like the entire comment section was just like basically a bunch of kids that going, "Haha, that's so funny, there's no way that's possible." Like without actually considering the possibility of it being possible. Yeah. We're going to Mars. I mean, Elon Musk is going to send people to Mars. People want to go to Mars. So you have people that want to go to Mars. You have Elon Musk that's willing to pay for people to go to Mars. The two meet. You know, that's just the way it is. They're like, oh, yeah, it's a one-way trip. And they're like, oh, that's fine. I guess I'm going to be an explorer. You know, there's billions of people in the world, guys. Someone is going to be crazy enough to want to go to Mars and live there. And that's just the way it's going to be. So, yeah, that's just the start of it. You got pioneers. And then Mars eventually becomes its sovereign nation 100 years from now in the Great Martian Earth War. 200 years from now, maybe. That's if we don't meet aliens. I'm pretty... That's if we don't talk to aliens, excuse me. I'm sure there's... Why? Let's not get into an alien discussion. When was the Arrow? Arrow was supposed to talk to Congress at some point here. Arrow congressional hearing. Supposed to be every 9 months. They were due in October. Kirkpatrick held an off-camera media roundtable. October. Off-camera meeting. The fuck is this shit? Arrow, by the way, is basically the UFO discovery agency in the U.S. now. UAP, UFO agency. I mean, I love talking about it. Usually we'll only cover the stuff from Arrow and or major congressional hearings, which we did earlier this year. It's supposed to be every 3 months. Speaking of which, it's supposed to be every 3 months. And we'll take a look at this tomorrow. I'm not going to do it tonight. It's going to take too long. When did Mexico reveal their probably fake aliens? Is it in October? September. Afterwards. This just happened. This is October 31st. Let's do this tomorrow. So, I generally keep up with this because this is what you take seriously. This is basically from the government, about the government, from people in the government. Basically, there is nothing publicly in the government that was available for public consumption or even available to anyone in the military for the most part. This did not exist. Basically, anything that took UFOs or UAP sightings seriously. And UAPs doesn't mean little green men, it just means something we don't know what it is. Up until ARROW was formed, which is what this is, there was no government agency that took this, like there was nowhere to deposit information from UAPs and UFOs. We're going to take a look at this tomorrow. I generally cover this, and occasionally I'll Google it because they were supposed to be in September, and it's October 31st, I guess, is an update from them. An off-camera meeting. No one cover it? Aeronautical Resolution Office. Something Resolution Office. Okay, we'll take a look at this tomorrow, guys. It's not public. What the fuck is this? The one in June was, July? That was pretty crazy. They had, it wasn't with Kirkpatrick, by the way, which heads ARROW. It was with, 3 former high-ranking military officials that, were trying to whistleblow on it. I guess didn't really get that far because nothing's really happened since then. All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. There we go. Basically, it's all the stuff from the government. It's not weird shit you find on YouTube. It's not weird shit you find on YouTube of, oh my god, it's an alien, and you got like a guy dancing in a fucking Yeti costume or something. Like, this is all shit from the military. They're actually tracking, like, this is on board, I believe, an F-16. They're tracking stuff that clearly does not make sense. We've covered all this, by the way, so I'm not going to go over this tonight. This is a whole to-do. This is another podcast hour, so we'll do this tomorrow. There's apparently been an update. We'll cover this tomorrow. I'll leave this tab open so we remember to cover it. Let's see. ARROW website. I think it's arrow.mil. It took them literally 8 months to get this website online. It was supposed to be at the beginning of this year, and it wasn't until September. Looks like it's changed a little bit. Reported UAP altitudes. Most are probably from commercial. Like, one of the problems was with getting everyone on board with how they were reporting stuff too. Like, you think the FAA. You think the FAA would be reporting all this stuff. There's no way for commercial pilots to report UAP sightings. Like, so if you guys are curious, the whole reason that they have to take this seriously, it's not the idea of little green men. It's the idea that there is stuff so technologically advanced that U.S. military does not hold a candle to it. So what that means is the U.S. military is incapable in any way, shape, or form being able to contest something like this. You know, you have to take it seriously as a security threat, right? That's the whole angle that's being looked at, which makes a lot of sense, actually, from a realistic human standpoint. With not even considering aliens, you have to take stuff like that seriously because it represents a security threat. It doesn't even have anything to do with aliens. Oh my god, you can submit an activity report now. Holy shit. Is it not submitting information that is potentially classified or unclassified information that's publicly releasable? Yeah, we're going to do this tomorrow. This is a whole shebang. Don't worry. On a non-disclosure agreement, can I still report to ARROW? Yes. This is something that changed with, what's his name? That changed this year. So prior to this, if you actually were trying to report something about the government, you couldn't because you could go to jail. It's basically, you report something that's classified, you could go to jail. And there's a Whistleblower Protection Act that I think went into service earlier this year. So, I think in February or something like that. Gersh. That's his name. Gersh. When Gersh came out. I have first-hand knowledge of U.S. government program activity related to UAP. It took them years to make this, guys. Years to make this. How long have you been able to submit a ticket to fucking World of Warcraft? Or, Twitch? It took them years to make a submission form for UAPs. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, at least that's on their website now. They used to show little official UAP videos. There you go. Yeah. Oh, do they have any new ones? Some of these are, by the way... some of these are debunked, i.e. they know what they are. Old ones... This was introduced, I believe, this February? March. This March. This guy. Which is captured by a predator drone. It looks like a falling beach ball. This is captured by a predator drone in Afghanistan, I think it was in 21, I think it was. But right there, this guy. See that thing? That clearly is not, in any way, shape, or form, a smudge on the camera. This is on a predator drone with all the classified information blocked out. This guy right here. And I'm pretty sure in the original video I saw this, it was... Actually, I think it might have been a smaller square. But this right here... It literally looks like a beach ball that's... A metallic beach ball that's falling out of the sky. Yeah, like, you can't look at that and pretend that is something remote. Where'd you buy that on Amazon, guys? Is that your new drone? Is that the new ball drone on Amazon? Yeah. Well, this is, like I said, I don't want to get too much into this because it makes me kind of excited. Taking it slow because this is still stuff that hasn't... It's a Mylar balloon. Yes, that is a weather balloon. That is a weather balloon, despite the fact that it is under its own propulsion and clearly moving pretty fast. This is by a predator drone that's flying. So... This is a camera on the nose of the predator drone as it's flying by. I believe this is a predator. Mylar balloon. Slane got it. Oh, it actually tells you at the beginning. 2022. Pretty interesting. You can't look, even if you're a skeptic, guys, you can't look at this and make sense of this. Like, if you are an alien skeptic, I'd like to hear what you think this is. Because that's pretty, I mean, the footage still kind of sucks because, once again, this is a remote link and it's not made to track this sort of shit. And here it is. Generally, tracking on military aircraft are designed for heat signatures, anything thermal, so other airplanes, missiles, stuff like that. And this is basically image-based tracking now. Yeah, so you can't look at this, guys, and go, oh, that's a weather balloon. Like, it doesn't... I don't think it was an operator. I think this is... Like, we're getting to the point now where there's automated tracking that will keep track of stuff that fits a certain detection criteria. So I don't think this is actually a pilot. It might be a pilot, but... You know, you're getting all the kids. The recruitment for people in the military now is turning into the younger gamer generation, so... Oh, of course they do. I'm not saying they don't, but we're getting into the younger gamer generation, so this could actually be, you know, like kids are joining the military and flying drones like they're playing fucking Rocket League or something. Kind of scary in and of itself, but it could entirely be like this isn't made up footage. This is straight from the government. This is from Predator drones, so. If you saw this on YouTube, right? So this is where the credibility aspect comes in. If you saw this on YouTube, you'd be like, "Oh, this is so fake," right? Like you see the guys in the background, they look like they're just fucking like they're like they have like 15 polygons, right? Did you see the guys in the background? Like these guys that are moving around, they have 15 polygons going on here. This is so fake. This is so fake. Look how fake it is, guys. You see how fake this is? Like it looks so fake, doesn't it? But you can't say this is. There's no reason for the government to release this stuff, and as such, you can't really discredit it. It just there's no reason that someone in the military would, which is anonymous. Like there's no one taking credit for this besides the military itself, anonymously reporting this, and we didn't even have an agency to cover this shit. Yeah. I mean, that's actually the best case scenario, isn't it, Tech? For the military, that is a disassociation between human life and what is and what isn't. Because then people would be more likely just to do what they're supposed to. Yeah, you can't, the only possible thing that I could imagine this being is a metallic volleyball that's dropped from an airplane. That's the only thing that makes sense, and that's obviously not something that would happen, so. If you ever see what beach balls do when they're dropped off dams, and they kind of have a trajectory and form, but there's no one's flying over Afghanistan and dropping metallic balls. It's not really a thing, so. Slow speed? You have to imagine that this is a Predator drone that's flying. This is a drone that's in. You can see the relationship of moving on the ground. This isn't a stationary camera. It's on a drone right now. So this is moving fast compared to how fast the drone is moving. Medicine ball that has sand or something in it. It could be a medicine ball that skydiver jumped. I mean, yeah, like this comes down like when I talk about cheating in video games, like in Overwatch. I talk about cheating, right? And everyone's, you'll come up with all sorts of crazy things to rationalize said behavior, other than thinking it might be aliens, right? And the whole idea of aliens being something that aren't around is actually pretty. Like oh my god, I'm getting off on tangents, guys. I'm getting off on tangents. This wasn't supposed to happen tonight. But yeah, like the whole idea of, like, people try to figure out every which way from Sunday to think about things other than it possibly being aliens, right? Anything that it possibly could be besides aliens, right? And, like, skydivers it could be a skydiver that threw a medicine ball out that was caked in metallic spray paint. And it's doing, like, if you guys see how they come off dams and it does, like, one of these things where it, like, goes on a trajectory, it's not really moving like that, though. It's kind of in a straight line. Yeah, I'm humoring it. Yeah, so this is filmed from a Predator drone that is in, what is it called? A holding pattern, basically, around the area, and it's moving fast compared to a Predator drone loiter. It's moving fast compared to a Predator drone that is loitering in the area. So, that's moving pretty fast. Pretty crazy shit, guys. Yeah, like, look at that. I like it. I love it. I love it. But we only take this as fast as Arrow's releasing stuff or from credible sources. Because if this was on Amazon, not on Amazon, if this was on YouTube, I would not have believed this in any way, shape, or form. Would you have? If this was found on YouTube, would you have believed this? I wouldn't have. This is from the government, though. This is official, like, this is from a drone from the government. So, yeah, that just kind of throws the whole, hey, someone's trying to make a couple bucks off YouTube, right? Anyways. Love, this is kind of, if you guys are interested in this stuff, this is kind of cool stuff. This is basically all unresolved case, which is this. Oh, this one. It's another ball. Right here. Fly by. This is, I believe, another F-18 pilot. Apparently, this stuff is very kind of weird that it took us forever to actually come up with agency to actually talk about this stuff. It's another ball, guys. Let's see if I can get it. Apparently, pretty common if you are in the military. Oh, it's another Mylar ball. Those fucking skydivers, guys, are so crazy. You see what they're doing? They're just dumping these Mylar balls out of their fucking... I mean, look how far up they're jumping. This is like some Red Bull shit, too. But apparently they always dump a Mylar ball out of their fucking... out of their FAA scheduled airplane. Yeah. I know they do. Like, they're like Teehee, an F-18 pilot comes across here all the time. And drones do not look like balls. You can make, if you guys have seen some of the designs for like kind of like the drones that look like balls, basically it's a ball with indents where the turbines are, right? So you'd have a ball, but then you'd have like 4 turbines in it. So it'd still be the same as a normal drone. It's just it would appear kind of as a sphere. Yeah, look at that shit, guys. Yeah. You can see the sun glare on it too. I mean, the resolution. This is like filmed from either this guy's helmet cam, or a GoPro, which is kind of hilarious that this is the state our military is in. But yeah, like military, like I said, most of the stuff is not designed to capture people flying around. It's designed to capture heat signatures, which is why you don't really see it. Yeah, Tech Freak, I think Tech Freak actually figured it out. It's actually skydiving and people dropping a medicine ball that is metallically painted out of their FAA scheduled airplane and to play tricks on F-18 pilots. Like, it might be a helmet cam. I don't think they have helmet cams, though. That's the weird thing. I think some airplanes do have helmet cams, but most don't. Like, something you think would actually be there because the instrumentation on an airplane isn't really... It doesn't really need to record that stuff. So, oh, it's Russian, too. Oh, the Russians are skydiving in front of F-18s, and they're dropping medicine balls out of airplanes. Ah, okay. Yeah, like, the whole idea that you would ever think that aliens don't exist is kind of nutty, but, like, it could be that, by the way, this could be, my guess is this is autonomous, so whoever is flying it, alien or otherwise, it's an UAP. It's not actually, or a UAV. It's unmanned. So my guess is whatever is flying it, whoever is flying it, isn't actually in it. It's just a drone. Yeah, they had the Russian angle. Literally, Putin just trying to take our eyeballs off of Ukraine and such. Yeah, he got us, guys. He got us. Did you see that? You know what Putin's doing? Yeah, look at this shit. He's bamboozling our F-18 pilots with medicine balls. Yeah, so my guess is there's no one flying this. It's just it is just a drone. So my guess is just like, it makes a lot of sense, right? If you are trying to go to planet, you're not going to send organics because organics are life support, right? Just like what we do. We send drones to Mars prior to us ever going there, or you have drones because they're less collateral if they get exploded, right? And they can move faster. And, you know, the fleshy meat bag, whatever might be your version of a fleshy meat bag, doesn't have to be inside, and as such, life support complete. Like, we're all shifting to drones in the U.S., right? Predators and such. Like, we're shifting to drones, too, because it makes a lot more sense than having someone in the cockpit. So you can have an army of these things, and possibly flown by AI, you wouldn't even need a person in it. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't look like her stuff, but... Yeah, no, so we saw this, I think this was in June. Or maybe this was in February, too. This is another one. This has been out for a while. So they have no new stuff. They're getting a shitload of reports, by the way. They just have not shown any new things. Analysis of full motion video combined. So they do get stuff and they do debunk it. That doesn't mean like UFOs don't exist. It just means that this is not a UFO. This is a commercial aircraft. This one was unresolved. It doesn't say it's unresolved. Object in the clip is not exhibiting anomalous behavior. The object remains unidentified. What the fuck? How is that not anomalous if it's a flying ball? But I guess they partially resolved it to mean it's not anomalous behavior. Somehow. Okay. It has MQ-9, which I think is a Predator drone. By the way, Predator drones aren't like it isn't just like a hobby drone. They're fucking huge. They're almost the size of like a Cessna. Actually, I think they're about the size of a Cessna. I saw one at EAA last year. They're pretty big. They aren't like a jet size, but they're still relatively huge. Likely a commercial aircraft. And the trail cavitation is a sensor artifact resulting in compression. By the way, they have a bunch of these that aren't resolved. They don't show them to us, but yeah, there's a shitload of them. They talked about earlier this year, they had like something like 1,300 reports and like 700 of them are unresolved. And they only show us like 4. Commercial flight in the region again. These, by the way, were circulated prior to Arrow ever existing. These are ones that they can't really just say no. And like even the newer stuff is just like, it's generally ball shaped. Like if we look at they actually break it down based on what they look like. Yeah, 47 of them are round orb spheres. Yeah, demographs, guys, isn't that neat? I can't move over my document. Lights, other tic-tac are the really old ones that you can't really solve. The ones that we used to, like the really old clips that are taken off of infrared. The visual ones looks like 47% of them are round orb spheres. Ambiguous sensor contact. And it shows where stuff is being spotted, and this generally aligns, these reports align with military activity from the US. So people might go, oh, why are there only UAVs in this part of the world, right? Why do UAVs only exist here? I've heard this before. Why do UAVs only exist here? Because this is basically military operations. This is where people are flying around and they see them and they can report them. This doesn't mean this is where all UAVs are. This just means where they're basically finding them right now. You got the hotspots here on the maps of Middle East, which is where we're operating, and then over in Japan, Asia area, Korea-ish. I think that's Korea's up there. Then you have the eastern seaboard and the western seaboard with a little bit in like Colorado. Altitudes, UAP characteristics, stationary to Mach 2. There you go. Anyways, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I don't want to do this. This is a whole to do, guys. We got to look at this tomorrow. This is pretty long. We're gonna get they have a QA in here too. Probably gonna take us maybe an hour and a half to go through this. We'll get Charles to read to us tomorrow and cover this. I mean, some of the older stuff, like the Tic Tacs, probably have people in them. Those older ones look like they're big enough to be airplanes, or whatever their equivalent of an airplane is. I mean, all this stuff makes perfect sense logically if you just, you operate under the premise that aliens exist. A lot of this stuff just makes sense from a tactical and strategic standpoint, rational standpoint of logic. Anyways, Mylar balloon. Yes. Let's move on to the podcast section. We're going to look at this tomorrow. I don't want to get, this is a rabbit hole for me. I am a geek, and as such, the whole idea of aliens obviously gets me kind of giddy, so I do have a bias, but we do cover this whenever there's new information from Arrow, and it looks like they released a press release. For whatever strange reason, they didn't actually have a media documentary. I don't know why. Media presence with cameras. I guess they didn't want to do that. So, yeah. We'll take a look at it tomorrow. And by the way, their wording, no credible evidence of extraterrestrial activity, just means that they haven't found anything that could possibly be alien. It doesn't mean that what they have is identified. It just means that maybe they aren't aliens because we haven't seen them, therefore they don't exist. Very weird shit. Anyways, look forward to that, guys. Every 3 months. We'll cover that tomorrow. Tonight, guys, we're going to take a look at... Changing gears here, guys. We're changing the gears. Tonight, guys, we're going to take a look at Skyline's patch and then probably play Starfield if it turns out to be a dumpster. So, we'll see where this is going. Yeah. Good shit, though. I mean, we'd probably find Atlantis in North Africa if it exists. Why am I under other watch party? Dude, the kick guy, the kick moderator just tee-hees to himself when he just switches my categories. Is there even people in watch party? What are we watching? Alien videos? What is this? He just giggles to himself when he changes my category. What is there even? How many people are in this category? other watch party. Gotta make sure there's no one banging either. There are like 5 people in here. I lied. There are some people in here. I'm not watching episodes of Breaking Bad, okay? That's not what I'm doing. Apparently people watching anime. I'm in here with Family Guy. Kick Guy just randomly giggling to himself again. Yeah, I think just chat. Yeah, they don't. I think because a lot of people aren't just chatting, they try to get people in other categories. Despite my beginning of my stream is basically always just chatting, which is a podcast, but it's not really structured like a podcast. I.e., I'm not sitting here with like a criteria that we go down. Right? Like I just. What did we cover tonight? We covered a little bit of aliens. Just a little bit of cities, skyline. Mainly aliens. What were we talking about before aliens? Oh, sleep apnea. Talked about a CPAP machine, sleep apnea. I guess they move you around because they don't want you to all pile into the just chatting category, which pretty much everyone goes, but I changed my category on purpose. I actually pay attention to where I'm supposed to be. Okay, so we're going to play a little bit of Skylines 2 here, guys, and see if it's fixed. Which is probably not. And if it's not, we're going to go play some Starfield. But yeah, like, I only go back so far. Like, the popular thing is, like, did aliens build the pyramids? Maybe. Can we prove it? Not really. So, like, does it really even matter talking about that? Did Atlantis exist? Maybe. Can we prove it? Not really. Atlantis may have actually been like Atlantis Stargate, right? Where you have a spaceship that is Atlantis, and the reason we can't find it was because it actually, like, it just went off to outer space, and there's no way to find it anymore because it doesn't actually exist, right? It's entirely possible that Atlantis is actually a starship. Is there a way of figuring it out? Nope. Nope, which is why I generally don't humor the whole credibility aspect of that, right? Because we can't prove it, and it doesn't matter. I think possibly aliens didn't build the pyramids, but from theoretical, from my personal standpoint, I would say that aliens probably helped build the pyramids. Not like they're there pushing stones, but rather they wore a skin suit and told someone things that they need to know to do it. And you go, like, it kind of feels like maybe aliens kind of nudged us a little bit throughout to kind of expedite us, maybe through giving us mathematics or data or scientific breakthroughs right when we need it, right? To kind of engineer us to advance. You could see from a xenobiology standpoint, right? From if you were on another world helping an alien culture develop in the right way so they don't blow themselves up, so to a certain extent, you don't blow themselves up, and you give them like the things to kind of push them in the right direction, you would trickle feed them information, right? You wouldn't just give them lasers because they have to figure out how to use lasers in the first place, right? You have to figure out why they shouldn't use lasers and develop culture and, kind of unique identity, because if you just feed them that, they probably would just become another just generic copy of whatever, species is developing it, or they would just start worshiping them, which is pretty possible, right? As we'd probably just start thinking they're God, which could arguably be that God is actually aliens. Well, I mean, I kind of doubt that, but okay. Like, what we're covering on stream is not the same thing as a YouTube video that you randomly watched. We're playing. Just hang on. We have the whole... I just got out of my podcast section here, James. Watching the whole bit here is where we're covering the podcast section here, talking about different things. We're just talking about aliens. Like, what we were watching was not just stuff on YouTube. That was from the government. That's Arrow is a government organization. That's the information that we saw was from military aircraft. It's not really the same thing as Discover the Beyond on YouTube, showing you just random pictures and giving you a narrative story over the top of it. Okay, so not Starfield. We are going to play this for a little bit, guys. And if it turns out this is garbage, we will play Starfield. I'm going to watch my coffee cup out, guys, grab a soda, and I will be right back. Yeah, it's always fun bringing up the new UAV footage and UAP footage and the new game. It technically is UAP footage and onto it because it's not really, if you never really thought about aliens, it's not really something where you can look at it and go, huh, that doesn't. It's a weather balloon, you know. Not really. So this game was released probably about 2 weeks ago, and it's very, very buggy. It's kind of fun, but very buggy. And as such, we stopped playing it because it was so buggy and broken. Alright. So. Simulator 2. Right now, what we're doing is we have an area of, they rebalanced the water buildings too, so we might not even need all the Red Sea. We might be able to get rid of the Brown Sea here, excuse me. Brown Sea. We'll have to wait and see. They rebalance some of the economy aspect stuff, so it could be entirely possible that our city's going to explode. We'll have to wait and see. The whole area that I zone low-density residential, then I delete it, and then I remake it. Because that seems to be the only way to help deal with... Bye. Right. So it's going to take us probably a couple days for our RCI down here, our indicator, to get a little bit balanced out to see what we have for demand. Apparently incinerators were rebalanced too, so they don't produce as much energy. Demand. I have to simulate a bit here. Let's take... So the immediate one should be that our water flow should be rebalanced. We now require... we no longer require 1.2 billion gallons of water per day. Or waste processing. That's kind of interesting. So we can get rid of some of our water processing here. Built purely to help with the Large Hadron Collider. Fucking hilarious, by the way. Will help, their costs associated with this. Uh-oh, we might have overdone it. Catching up. I think we're good. So demand 393, output 443. I think that's a good safety criteria. Had a lot of performance issues. Looks like some of them are back. You can see the stuttering. Okay, so now we can get rid of some of the outflow pipes here. I mean, I do like the outflow pipes, don't get me wrong. Outflow pipes, guys! The Red Sea! Not nearly as good. $19. You can see our demand here for sewage. Each one of these buildings, by the way, costs us a shitload of money. All these buildings put together. Okay. Oh. Here it says some of our sewer outlets are underwater and still working, but, you know, whatever. Alright. So we have to wait for RCI to rebalance. It's going to take a little bit. High rent, garbage piling up, that's going to take a little bit too. Garbage look like. Processing is way over capacity, as it should be. But that only matters if they actually work, so... I only need 2? No way. No way. That's scary. Oh. Apparently now we have no electricity generation because we no longer have... We no longer have, they rebalance the incinerators so they do burn a lot of trash now, but they also do not produce nearly as much electricity. So we can actually potentially buy the thermal. That might be fun. 300 for 0 to 150. Oh, right now, which is 600 for 300, and you can add on. Then we had nuclear for a while, but it was kind of overkill because of the incinerators. Might go back to nuclear. Trying to build some. What were we trying to build there? Actually tells you how much you'll produce too. Mill for 750. Which is actually pretty good. 300 though. It's 600, and then you can add on or stack, I believe. Additional turbine, 250 for 100. Be what? 850 for. Close to nuclear, actually. Now we're exporting, which actually makes money. And a little bit less. You can only export 400 megawatts. I watched how people PC benchmark this game and uses so poor optimized it can stress even a very high-end PC. It's true. Like we need. Why is it not flowing back? Sucking so hard, guys, it's sucking out all the juice. Anything for my city.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are...
Oh, we don't have a transformer here, do we?
This has been a local public service announcement. This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Horn. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work.
There wasn't a transformer there. It was bottlenecked by wherever the transformer is in the street. Streets can only so much supply so much electricity.
Before entering the slower Largo movement, finally, then savoring the vivacious anti-pasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain.
That's industry demand.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently, that's not all good news.
Much better.
We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are
Garbage collection, I believe.
Certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are
Processing is actually still way overkill.
Rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
They're actually empty.
Professor, is the housing shortage going to make
There isn't enough trucks to collect the garbage. The fuck is this?
Perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical...
I think this used to process 77 tons a month. Now it processes almost 5K a month.
It is a question of priorities.
Yeah, so the garbage trucks can't collect the garbage fast enough to burn it. Well, we might still need a garbage dump purely for the trucks attached to it. We'll have to wait and see.
It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and...
Garbage also.
That's right. You could
Recycling
almost
plant.
say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that
Vehicles is 19 to 250.
and the economy is booming.
What?
More after this.
Well, there's that. Pour this down. Yes. Actually, we'll leave it for the trucks. So, garbage possibly fixed, because it was turning into a meme. High rent. High rent is popping up everywhere, guys. We have industrial demand now. All of our commercial buildings are now going out of business. The one part of my city that actually made it look like a city is going out of business. Cool. Garbage. Yeah, this game is very, very, very poorly optimized. They're working on it. Also looks like our street is broken for some reason. Oh. On here, guys. No one's moving. Might have to relane the street. 4-lane? Actually... you'd use the divided lane. Now that's divided. Oh, look, it thinks there's a traffic jam now. It's moving, though. I think that fixed... yeah. We just unplugged the butt plug there, guys. That would definitely prevent trash collection. Everything's moving now. Like your traffic is more predictable. Roundabouts are now working better. Ish, we'll have to wait and see on that. Not. Maybe not. Dude, half our intersections are broken. Let's save and reload. Broken. Wrong. This area is still broken, guys. Ish. I tried to spin to win. I think the spin to win does not work here still. This might be partially broken in general, though. On here. So, we were trying to re-engineer this intersection before, and yeah, that was a work in progress. Yeah. Traffic in this game's always been interesting. Oh my god, we have crosswalks here. Here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. No. No crosswalks. No safe passage. No. Go cross somewhere else. Not in the highway area. I don't know how to get rid of these turn lanes. That thing. You guys are literally just turning around and going back the way they came. Why is it a thing? Doing? Look how many cars come through here and then turn around and then go back the same way they came. Really whip around that roundabout pretty fast, though. Dropping nuke available in the game? No. I don't think there's, you can't pick environmental destruction like you can in SimCity. So, this is, yeah. Why are they going through, coming back, and go, like, they can literally go around right here. Why are they going all the way over there, then coming back and going this way? All these guys that just spin around and go back. They're actually going... No, they're going back. It's like 2/3 of the cars actually just go around and they go back the other way. All my abandoned commercials, guys. Yay. Industry demand is up there, though. One of 75 in use. I see. 48 of 75 in use. Like, literally, you could just go back and forth between the landfills and empty it, and they don't. 11 of 50. What's going on here? Broken truck. Plant. Okay. Broken. Looks like the roundabout might actually just be fuckering things, guys. Too many cars that literally just spin around and go that. Why? Why are you doing this? Trying to make my life miserable. Like, they can literally go spin around right here. They don't need to go to the other side, and they're doing it instead. I guess it could be cars coming off the highway that are doing that? No, but then they just go this way. Doesn't make sense. What's going on here? Why is this happening? This makes sense. These are all people on the highway. Really, we need to make the inner lane bigger. How would we do that? It's already connected to an 8-lane, isn't it? Not modify the inside lane. Modify that lane. I miss Skylines 1 where you can make really, really, really big roundabouts. You can't do that. This is the biggest you can make in Skylines 2. Really like using the inner lane right there. This whole thing turns into this one lane here. They just go around the other way. What is going on? Why are they doing that? They can go around right here. Why are they going to the outside lane and then spinning around and coming back? They can literally go here, spin around right here. There's 2 lanes right here, guys. They did change the road logic in the newest patch. Okay, because this makes complete sense.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of...
Holy shit, look at our RCI indicator.
Don't touch that dial.
Also, apparently we're lacking power again.
For
What
our
the
feature story
fuck?
this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Holy shit, where the fuck did our water go?
Outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered.
Out of
like
power.
most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should
Loaded.
return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you.
Are the transformers overloaded, or is the cable overloaded? On here. That should be fine. Like, electricity-wise, they're so close to the plant, they should be feedable through the... ground. 114%. 1,000. Lack of electricity. Hi. There isn't enough demand here, unless the airport is demanding 5.24 megawatts. How much can roads provide? 40 megawatts. Should be fine. Area should be fine. Clearly it's not. Well, something's happening there. Our whole grid kind of changed after we, the incinerators don't produce nearly as much electricity, and we went from, what, 11 incinerators to 3, which is still potentially overkill. Leaving that just to see what happens. 6 out of 50 trucks, and a lot of them are not actually doing anything, which is kind of crazy. Mail handling's still broken. I wonder how many, like, a lot of the reports on this on the forums were bitching about garbage, but mail handling's also broken. Very broken. Okay. High rent. Oh my god. Waiting for an ambulance. Apparently our new one is waiting for a hearse, waiting for an ambulance. Dying right now? Waiting for hearse. I guess our hospital cannot... There's 31 ambulances and 14 are dispatched. It's like shit like this, like, because when you start getting into it and like stuff, the things that are in the game is kind of broken. Like, we have vehicles available and they're not used. Like, maybe we can toggle it off and toggle it on. Fuck is this shit? Why are there a shitload of ambulances in another city? Oh, I think these are ambulances coming from our neighbor to help us. We have a boatload of funeral homes. I'm not exactly sure why. Go to 40. Go to 40. 5 out of 40. So some aren't even dispatched. Out of 40. Need a lot of hearses here, guys, for some reason. Well, at least traffic is now becoming an issue again, for what that's worth. It's like there now is a measurable amount of traffic in our city. It's too bad that mass transit's completely broken in this game. Without a shitload of very careful and meticulous planning. We have a clinic over here. By the way, so we actually jumped up 2 patches, so this is like super supercharging our city. Like, there's a lot of differences that are going on in the simulation right now. Changes. Education. We're under capacity, under capacity. Hey, college capacity now looks normal. Same with the university. Demand. Okay, that's good. Garbage piling up, despite the fact we have trucks that aren't going anywhere. Out of 75. Let's turn that guy off and then restart it. Let's turn that guy off and restart it. These are all the trucks are out. They're all dispatched now. Good. Here's our other... We had a clinic here. Ten out of 10. Patience. All deployed. Run them over. It's like in Switzerland. They give no shits. The trains give no shits for people. Just run them over. Bypass not being utilized. Everyone wants a right turn or left turn. Everything overlapping items. What are we overlapping? It's garbage. Our oil plant is still empty. It is still empty. Broken. It, guys, traffic is on another level now. I think it has something to do with the pathfinding. I mean, there's more demand now, but something to do with the pathfinding. Changed. Dear God. Need to be adjusted in general. There's more demand because they realize this is a good idea. Where'd our pipes go? Where are the pipes? Okay. Yeah. This is after a second off road. Do traffic in our city like 10x? Christ. I think that everywhere is just a fucking traffic jam, guys. Yeah, I mean, look at our RCI indicator. That's one of the easiest things. So now we have demand for medium and heavy or high density residential. Offices are all going out of business now, which I guess is a thing. Well, not all of them. There's zero demand, though. Industry demand, commercial demand is through the roof.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage.
Yeah.
Consider installing a
I mean,
low-flush toilet. Cut
it
back
definitely
on
seems
watering
like
the lawn,
there's... Like,
and
we have
shower
mass
with a
transit. It
friend
looks like...
whenever
I don't think
possible.
anyone really...
This has been a
Bill?
local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
800
Please exercise
passengers,
caution if
and
you
Subway
try
has
to
about
stay off the
1,500
streets
people.
until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we
Build
dive
buses.
into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For our newer, less able listeners,
People are waiting for...
dancing through the al dente
all
section
hearses now.
before entering the slower largo movement, finally, then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden
Completely changed the
downswing in
RCI, though.
business? Kim?
Good question,
A bunch of
Glenda.
shit to iron out
I'm
prior to
standing
doing that, though.
outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shut.
Some strange reason, like, if anything, guys, the incinerators should be traveling to the garbage to the landfill and pulling stuff out of the landfill, and they aren't.
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
Trucks and 29. We should have 0 garbage piled up, and we do not. A lot more than 0. Apparently, hearses are still in demand. A lot of hearses are in demand. Definitely, whatever changes they made to the AI logic for the roads has definitely fucked up roundabouts. This fucking thing over here is like a prime example is this guy right here, where they go through and then they just spin around and go back the opposite direction. Right here. Go around and they just turn around and go the other way. Now they're all going to on-ramp. They don't use the outside lane. They, like, cut off the traffic right here. Clinic over here, don't we? Out of 100 patients. Ambulances on them. High rent, don't really care. Lots of hearses, still. Well. Burn those bodies. Burn them. All residential? It looks like they fixed RCI demand. Most part. Put another one in. know if this is because of... by city, or these might be changes from adjustments to the population. So people are dying faster because they aren't getting healthcare or something. In order to upgrade this, we basically have to turn into multiple lanes. Part. To win better, guys. Bigger, more spin equals better. Good, good, good. Could really use more residential buildings, no shit. We have some pre-existing issues, though. Mainly traffic related. I think we might put in a bus garage. Trolleys were a bust. Trolleys are a pain in the ass to set up. Subways are also kind of a bust. No traffic there. Start. It's like people trying to get on the highway. American football? You mean football? Only one kind of football. Pigskin kind, you know? Even the high-density areas aren't really that much traffic here. Easy fix. I just fuck. Why did it put a roundabout on the high? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Well, that's kind of neat. Why is that not adjustable? Right there. Knowledge? What? Obviously thinks it knows something I don't here. Fuck you. Whoop, that is not what we want to do. Not turning that into... Okay.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low-flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service.
Why are they different? Why do they look different?
Listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of classical genre.
Like, one has parking on it and the other doesn't. Don't mind the flying people, they're about to die.
Here we have some perfectly angry.
Huh. I think this is, they updated the roads in some way.
Whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am but a humble devotee of the form, and all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts. Though I do thank you for the honor.
That's redone.
But I digest.
Now to reinstitute the highway.
As a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary soul. There now, my good fellow, chin up, as it were. No need to wallow in sediment. Leave that to those poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining.
It'd be a
commercial
shame that
zones.
we can't, if we
So
can't actually.
what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered.
Pretty high?
Most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break. For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here.
You stink.
And these concerns...
You keep a city going.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty
A burn
pipes,
piece.
biscuits, and oh,
It's a burn piece.
I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it.
Yeah.
And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and
What did we delete? That was
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
It is so difficult to tell the different colors apart, guys, because they don't differentiate the colors very well. I don't think that's mixed. I think that's just medium dense. Medium density. I don't know what this is. Medium density now. I think this was mixed before. It was mixed. Not look mixed at all. You wouldn't land on this planet? I mean, I wouldn't either. I prefer more sci-fi, not protected worlds, but here we are, so. Whatever. That's just the way it's gonna be. Will area become not commercial. Not that either. Is mixed. Yeah. More than enough processing for garbage. That's the weird thing, is we're still getting pile-ups of garbage, guys, despite the fact we have shit, like, we have trucks that aren't even out. 2 out of 75. And it's not a capacity for burning or what's stored. Means the simulation is exploding in the background for some reason. People are not going where they need to go. At the very least, these trucks should all be going to the garbage dumps and pulling out trash here. And there. $30 out of 250 trucks the industrial waste. I think this might only service industry, which makes more sense. Industrial waste processing. Like, we should have no problems with waste processing, and we do. We still need to do something about this. Another 4-lane. Crosses over Green Street. Mega lane. Maybe we will offshoot it onto Green Street here? Doing the angle is kind of a pain in the ass. $30 or $60? We hate having highways here. Ew. Accessibility. Ew. I like that. Fuck off. I don't want lanes that overlap. Maybe that's a setting, a highway setting. I don't think so. Can't stop them from putting in an intersection where they cross lanes. Why is it doing that? How do you stop that? It's like a tool you should have, and you don't. Okay, I don't want them to cross lanes. Really need to be a little bit more adjustable here, Roundabout. To be perfectly honest, you're kind of a little diva. You're kind of a dick. Help a little bit. Kind of fuckered the residential in the area, but the way she goes sometimes, guys. Yeah. Why this isn't connecting better. I think we have to redo that. An issue. Very much prefer going onto the highway over here than they do coming over here and thoroughfare. For some strange reason. Well, I didn't think I was actually going to be playing this tonight, guys. It actually looks like they may have improved on some things here. That's kind of neat. Traffic looks to be a big issue now, but that you can actually kind of work around.
For the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions
Garbage,
improve.
despite the fact that we have
Public service announcement.
plenty of available trucks that aren't gathering garbage, guys.
Poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until
So
conditions
recycling's
improve.
working.
This has been a local public
Critters
service
are not.
announcement.
How delightful.
0 to 75.
Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's
And
up,
our
me and
landfills
my
are filling up.
sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got
Bait and switch.
clarinets and violins,
Yeah,
but
I thought
something
it's
most
they've had a couple
unusual
turds
these
of
days,
patches,
ain't
so
it? Oh, let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Hayden himself? Let's see here. Y'all got
oh, this area I don't need to fill up with like residential anymore. Isn't that amazing?
A raison d'etre? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
This just in from traffic.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good
Wait.
to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks.
That
it
true?
means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing money into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this.
Let's see. That fuckers are underground. Really wish you could make the roundabouts bigger. Small. There's not enough room for merging. That's not underground. Bitch! Bite me? Wants to fight, guys. Can't win, though. Fight me, traffic. Ah, they're just merging onto the highway from the air. Okay. Sometimes that happens. That's seen as conflicting. Put in another on-ramp here. Probably would be a good spot. Where's the highway coming through right here? Where's the 8-lane? There. Massive fucking giant. Oh, okay. Like roundabouts, apparently. That's roundaboutism right there, guys. Looks like we're gonna have to tailor this a bit. Let's see. Eight lane? No. Oh, it needs a girthanine. The girthanine has not arrived through here yet. Oh, yeah. Thicker. Subway station? It fucking is. Can't really move subway stations because they're part of the subway line, you know? That's why I mentioned before when I put them in, I was like, you know this is going to bite me in the ass, right? Why can't I just increase the road in front of it a little bit? You know, just a tip. Right there. That didn't just magically move the... Yeah. Okay. Station services. Ah. I didn't know that it could exist. That's kind of neat. Matters, but... not look like what we want. On here. Hi. Hi. You're fucking getting bulldozed. No matter if you don't want it. Win it again. The fuck is going on here? Fuck off. I've had almost enough of you contesting this gentrification of the area. Outdoor gym. Fuck you. My game crashed. Oh, yeah. Well, there's that. I need to take a piss anyway, so I guess that's good timing. Grab a water. Fucking game crashed. I don't know how far back this is. Hopefully, let's figure out when our save was. 7:23. Almost exactly 10 minutes ago. Probably means our roundabout's not fixed. Oh, well, let's redo shit, because that's fun. Well, at least our RCI is fixed. That's kind of a plus. I think we're going to install a bus line. Go broken. I don't know which one's better. Let's go with that. Right. Now we're looking at this for expansion. We ran into issues with Subway. There's a baseball damage here or something. Oh, Kurt. Oh, the Subway didn't like that. Fuck you, Subway. It's so expensive now. Like going to Subway. Fucking spend $13 just to go there is insane. Don't like Subway that much. in. You're just gonna get bulldozed. There's no stopping progress. Honk. It doesn't like those. Another subway station. Yep. Like having updated infrastructure in a real city. It's lots of bureaucracy you're running into over and over and over again. Fucking subways that are broken now. Oh my god. What? This is supposed to be 8-lane. Why are there only 6? Not do 8? It says 8. I think it's because the trolley is going down the center too. Upgrade. $16,000 a month. In the win. Let's see how fuckered that makes things. A 4-lane aid. Ah, the farm. Love having to deal with giant, massive, unmovable structures. Don't understand why they did farms this way instead of it just being an area that automatically farms. Just being in the radius, it just automatically farms the whole thing. It would be a better opportunity to map an exclusion zone than map inclusion zone. And it has an inclusion zone, which is the thing you need to map out every time you build one of these. You should just automatically include everything unless you exclude it. Be exactly where you want to be. Right. What? Oh.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
What do you mean?
This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure.
The roundabout that's doing it? I don't know what's doing it.
For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement, finally, then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So,
You mean?
without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats
Off.
our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting
Best response to
more
anything,
buyers
guys? Just
and
fuck
visitors,
off.
bringing the latest in
Just fuck
luxury
off.
to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate.
That shouldn't tell me that.
Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back at
What? The tracks can't go through here? Roundabouts? Tracks can't go through. Yeah, they can. We have other roundabouts. Actually, we don't have big ones that they're going through. We do. Big roundabout. Go right through the center. Worthless tram. Why do you not like this? Why? Okay. You have to use the upgrade tool. Okay. I guess you can't just manually I guess you can't just make a roundabout on top of an area with tram tracks, and you have to upgrade it after you install the tram. Okay, all right, game. Having to slow down. They don't like doing this. Be upgraded to a double, I think. And that kind of fuckers the whole thing. There anymore. Entrance to the city actually works really well. Crime scene. I still don't think the police even do anything. They're just mobile protection zones. Who's this shit? Landfills are barely working. Or, the incinerators are barely working. Maybe I shut off the landfills, the incinerators will work more. Let's find out. Try it. First relationship. Instead of the incinerators getting garbage from landfills, the landfills send garbage to the incinerators. All no, that's businesses, I think, commercial. Mixed. Pretty sure that's mixed. looks all relatively alright. It could be... Oh my god. It could be relatively... Yeah, it's still alright. I mean, they're only backed up to the second roundabout now. Not really that big of a deal. What do we do to fix this? I mean, it's nighttime. It could be that. Haven't even touched RCI for the most part this game. Good. Good. There should actually just be an option for double-decker street. One with a highway above it and with a street below it. That'd actually be a really, really good upgrade option. Fucking still go through and they turn around. I don't understand that. Like, they just go under the underpass. Instead of turning around here, they go under the underpass, they turn around, they come back. Why? Why? Why do they do that? Why is it a thing? Why? And it's not people coming off the highway either. Why? 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 Tell me why. Why do you do such things? Like, they can literally turn around right here. There's a double wade. This wasn't such a pain in the ass. We should really upgrade that to an 8-lane. Connect it. God. Building. Bunch of subway stations here I can feel. Commercial. Now we need another connector. The fucking pre-built ones are huge. Absolutely huge. Like, they should actually make a balancing patch and go through and maybe, even if it has lower throughput, like, look how big a Cloverfield is. It's literally ridiculously huge. Really stack? Like, they need to go through and make it, like, more condensed, like half the size. Insanely big. If you lose throughput. how do we want to do this? Doing pretty good now. Also not super horrible. Oh, we never fixed that. I'll bypass to get around the roundabout. Like, just increasing the lane size of the roundabout is hugely helpful. And one of the easiest ways to do it is attaching like an 8-lane to it. Like this guy, despite the fact that we actually just want to attach highways to it, but we can't. Move the... yeah, we did. Ah! This is all medium, or, mixed, isn't it? EU. EU buildings, guys. Hey! Our city is starting to look more like a city instead of just sprawling low density, because apparently that's really fucking cheap to live in. Everyone can live in a 2-bedroom house, guys, all to themselves. Yep, suburbia, everyone can afford it. Especially when they don't have any money and they're suffering from high rent. Living in industrial areas is terrible. Pollution's all over the ground. You don't say. Maybe living in industrial areas isn't a good idea. Our high density is now gone. High density demand. At least it took a little bit. At least it took a little bit. We have quite a bit of more high density than we had prior to starting this. Trash pickup is still not doing what it's supposed to. Are these even doing anything? Oh, the trucks are out now. Well, this isn't. I had a button just to destroy all my light rail. Push a button and all your light rail self-destructs. Great. Like, a shitload of hearses. Like, even this exchange, guys, the vagina exchange, uterus exchange, excuse me, or someone gets angry. Uterus connection here isn't even all that great. By taking up a ridiculous amount of room.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
That is a shitload of lanes on it. That's like 5? 7. Connecting to a highway that has 5? A lane, though. It's correction. Let's do some surgery. Huh. Has a lot more inside lanes.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Has anyone seen my keys? My keys. What?
We're in the air?
Sorry about that. It's, nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station.
Excuse you, game. Can you please stop?
Please, don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please.
Manual.
Oh, good. Here they are.
Going manual.
Never mind them. Thank you for listening to our second move.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well,
You're playing with some AI generation going on here.
Sinking this boat, Glenda.
Why can I not
We're live,
ram you
and
in
we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it.
Yeah.
No use reminding you. Meanwhile,
Like that?
expect delays and drive safe.
Like that. Do that. Oh, like that. Blap blap. Oh yeah, let's watch it merge, guys. Let's watch it merge. Oh, that's a beautiful spin. See how big it gets. That trucker had an axe to grind with someone. So the inner lanes, there's now many more inner lanes. Also outer lanes. Fuckers really, really love, like, between the contention areas, they love switching lanes. They don't wait to switch lanes. They switch immediately when it's available, which causes contention. Whole reason to build a bigger roundabout is so you have more room for people to move lanes, right? Still better than what it was, though. Take a little bit to iron out. I think that's pretty good. Now, have to wait and see what it looks like eventually. Potentially could have benefited from... Sure. Yeah, about that. Maybe we'll do one of these. Oh, I can't do that. Maybe that. No. Yeah, no. We have to fucking bulldoze part of the highway to fix this. Proper. Be able to reposition with that tool. And sometimes, but not always. That. Redo this top piece. Go down after going across. I don't want it to do that. Alright, let's see what you guys do. Buying. It looks like buying and selling kind of works a little bit now. That's good. 0.5 tons of vegetables. Sugar spike returning. Actually up. Right direction? Not be. Textures look cleaner. It is actually retrieving goods for intercity commerce, which is good. That's something that was broken in launch. God, it's so big. Entirely different way to watch this game. By the way, this is kind of cool, but they should definitely make it so the camera actually, like, it follows, it turns and follows behind the unit. What the fuck? Maybe highlight the destination where it's going to, so you can see the... Ah, those lovely smokestacks. Potentially could turn up my graphics. I don't know if I want to make the game shit itself, though. Like, right now, we're, if anything, possibly CPU bound. Even then, the spread of the simulation across all 16 of my cores, yeah, it's about at 80% across all of them. Give or take maybe 20%. Like, there isn't one that's just pegged to 100%. Oh. And it's done. Kind of neat. Let's see. Unoccupied buildings, there is a lot of... There. Not really demand here. Unoccupied buildings. Availability. Like me some office spaces. Need to put an interchange. Yeah, if we need to put an interchange in there. Where we had our... critters? Still are not emptying out. Not anywhere close to full. Nowhere close to fully here either. Coder Park, University, Well-Being, Education, okay. It is the only one of the only ways across the other new area, so we probably have to revamp that. Let's see. Might as well just make it big. Go home, guys. Huh. You're kind of in a weird spot. I believe you have a... health problem there. Got some things going on there. Garbage look like anyways. Garbage is still kind of shit.
The channel where the classics never grow old.
For our feature story this hour, we're
All
going
the...
to
I think this is
downtown investigating the story behind our declining
low density or low income housing. Low income housing for some reason always has a shitload of garbage in it. Even the high density isn't really that way.
I'm standing outside what
Unreliable
used to be
mail
one of the
service.
busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers.
Like, I have a shitload of post offices, guys, it doesn't seem to matter. Mail service in general, like, people really demand mail service, and for some reason it doesn't really...
And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll
matter.
have more with Kim after the break.
Looks like even after the update, the mail service is still fuckered.
On the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street?
On my sorting facility. And they still have mail trucks that aren't out at the post offices.
It just plain stinks around here.
Load of mailboxes around the city,
And
too.
these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it.
We are out of...
Growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Entry is never ending. Really need an updated elementary school because they're the demand. I have a shitload of them all over my town, and I think that's even a little bit excessive for compared to like big cities. One right across the street here, or 2 streets over. Crematorium's really an issue. Let's see. We still have industrial demand. We have commercial demand. Aren't really backed up that much. That's not really backed up. Let's take a look at this area. This is no longer really backed up either, considering it's onto the other highway. Yeah. Lot of fine. Love of God. Can't do that! Like I said, these should all be exclusion zones, not inclusion zones. You should have to exclude area. And it should just automatically just overlap it and then just calculate the amount that it needs when, or is available, when you don't exclude anything. This, I don't know why they did this. Fuckered this now. Huh. It's the first time I've seen like a burn or whatever you want to call it. Or height changes. Okay. Yeah, so inner city commerce looks like it's actually working now. That wasn't prior in the prior patch. Somewhat working. Like, there's at least trucks going to pick up goods now, right? Like, hence, I've never had any problem with this intersection prior to today, where now we have logging trucks coming in to haul wood. Yeah, they got wood, guys. Guess these guys all want to get onto the single off? Active roundabouts. Yeah, I think we could benefit from putting in buses. Maybe we should even... I don't think the light rail actually interferes with traffic for the most part. Like, they literally have a high clip rate, meaning they can just drive through shit. It's not really going to help at all. Looks like traffic kind of intersects with it. Boy. Subway has something going on here, though. Zero passengers. Zero passengers. I don't know what's going on with the trash here, guys. Oh my god, look at all the logging trucks. Pristine. Where are they going? Why are they going down the side street instead of just going down the central street? What is going on? Yeah, let's take this. This is like Google Maps fucking up, guys. Yeah, let's take the side street with 2 lanes instead of going down the 8 lane that literally has no one in it. What is this? Yeah, there's some weird pathfinding stuff ever since the patch. This doesn't make sense. Literally an 8 lane going down here, and instead they're going down a 2 lane on the side here. A side road. 8 lane to a 4 lane. Roundabouts help with pretty much everything in this game. Better. Reason they do not get employees, I guess because there's no residential out here. If they're too far away from the city, people actually commute, right? So it's not even far-fetched to assume like you wouldn't get people working out here from the city. We might have to update our streets here. Ah, that would explain that. I guess there is something to be said about trams taking up an extra lane of street that otherwise would be used for people.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory.
Enough employees, 150 people.
Area due to poor road conditions.
What does this imply?
Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Out of 1.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
Our story this hour. Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always gotta watch out for crime, not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross.
Everyone's always so critical. Always so critical.
That's hardly news. There hasn't
Always
been
so critical.
trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Over on the side here, I think we're going to have to add an interchange here, which is what we're preparing to upgrade the infrastructure. And I think we're going to connect up, I don't know how I want to do an interchange here. We might actually have to push everything back, too. We could do a mega bout. Maybe. Once again, still a problem with the day-night cycle, i.e. it's dark as shit and I can't see anything. Not as bad as it used to be, but it's still pretty bad. Still pretty dark. Kind of a shame, because day-night cycle actually makes the game look cool. Fixed. Uses this bypass over here on the side. Always someone. We could try something experimental like we did on the other side here. We could put a cross roundabout in. Then connect a bypass in so people can get around it if it turns into a butt plug, which it inevitably will. I have to pause for this because this is too much of a... I think you can connect both of them. It's kind of a shame. Maybe we just need to make it bigger? I said, I wish you could make the roundabouts bigger. It's nice that they can attach to intersections and replace them, but you 100% should be able to drop in just roundabouts themselves and connect into it. They're all too big. That's what she said. Those proms. I don't know if the small one. I don't know if the small one's gonna cut it though. At this point though, like, I don't know if I want to do that. Like, we need to really just kind of lead it off to prompt the installation of the roundabout and then tie into the roundabout. Question is, do we want to do it on 6? It's already fucking huge. Go 8, huh? It's still too small. You have to go 9. That's insane. What to do. Alright, highways. Beat it. We don't want that. Beat it? It did. Bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Not deep enough. Get too carried away. Oh, the homunculus that is the roundabout, the highway roundabout. Oh, praise thy roundabout. May you forever remove our traffic restrictions. Okay. Now, the idea being is we may... on here. Oh. Hey, Zeno. Good morning, dude. Why do you know Worky? Stop. Right. So my guess is we're going to eventually get a backup through cross traffic here, but we'll be able to put in a bypass. It'll go over the top and around the side. Good. This is starting to happen with the cross traffic. Like, why is a lot of contention when there's cross traffic that's really, really slow? Now we institute. I already know this is gonna be a problem. That's why we're ready for this. Yeah. That will bypass the roundabouts. Well, it looks like we're having some issues now with this shit. Five lane back further. Bam, bam, bam! Just like real life.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road
So
conditions.
this allows people to slow down and then deal with the roundabout, but they can still go super fast speed around it, right?
This has been a local public
So they can actually merge. It's like an off highway, but at the same time it's also
Well, I say the question
bridgeway.
Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless
Like we need to bump this down
both
too.
eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like
A shot.
everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing
What
down.
the fuck's going on here?
And if you can, plan your trip outside.
There's plenty of room to merge. You don't need to use the outside 2 lanes to go into the right lane. Jesus Christ, just like real life.
I'd never get anywhere.
What are they doing? What are they doing? Merge earlier. Don't wait. Oh my god. They're so stupid. And I think we need to, what we're going to do is we're going to downsize this. Instead of doing this, I think we're going to go the opposite direction here, which is we're going to make this to a 3. Like so. Which will help streamline the traffic as they come in, and then they'll push further in and then merge better. Maybe. For some strange reason, unlike real life, you have to actually add, maybe even like real life, you should have less lanes so there's less options. So they zipper better? Still having issues here. but then one of the inside lanes is still. It's a lane that. It is this. Maybe we should do less options here. Try that. Splitting the 5. We're manually splitting the 5 into a 3 and a 2, instead of allowing the AI to pick it. They actually get into the side lane to turn out, and then they turn back in. This might be residual traffic. Look at that shit. They're going into this lane on the outside that can only exit, and then they're going into the lane that goes into the roundabout. Why are they doing that? Why are you doing that? Stop that. Don't do that. Might have been residual, though. Placed it. Hey. Adjust the flow a little bit. That. It looks like because the lanes are slightly off is fucking with them. Yeah. Roundabout's gonna get backed up as we would expect. Wanted to put in the roundabout here, but we can't because the game apparently is picky. I think we need to redo the intersection and pop it out a little bit. That. Excise that. We're going to make a larger road. Push it out a bit, and then we're going to roundabout it. Get away from that train station. Okay, well, that's not exactly... Up. Ups. What? I wanted to remove a tram stop. How would I do this? We have a problem. It only wants me to go one way. It doesn't want me to go the opposite direction. Can't right-click it away. Like, I can make it smaller, but only from one direction. Why is that? Yeah. Goodbye. Bye-bye! Fix the glitch. Alrighty, well, there's that. We have to reinstitute our shitty tram tracks. Yeah. Alrighty. We're in Soren. You need a 3-lane after bypass to enter roundabout. Are you just saying words? I mean, I have a bypass that goes around the roundabout. The roundabout's going to be a clusterfuck. I have no doubts in my mind this is going to turn into a clusterfuck. However, we have a bypass to go around the roundabout for the actual highway, which they seem to be using. They aren't doing stupid shit. No. Okay, I changed my mind. Why? Why? You literally, like, there is ample space to merge into the correct lane. Jesus Christ. It actually cleared up after we put in that other one. I changed my mind. So maybe if we give this the same treatment here, we do the 2 to 3 to 5. This is we do a 3. Turn this into a 5 at the beginning. There's the problem with the fucking farms again. Try highway 5-lane. That. Two. Okay. Like that. Not like that. Go outside first. Maybe I should go inside first. Have them merge out instead of merge in. Made it. Oh, you're just predicting the future now, I see. I see how it is. So what we did on the other side there is we had a 3-lane split into a 5-lane, which then has 2 lanes that just, you know, split off into the actual exit. Worked pretty good. This right here kind of does it, only instead of going into the exit, it's going into the highway lanes. Then they have to exit out. See how that works. This side, we don't have that. Notice how they can actually go in the exit lane and then go straight? That might actually be part of the problem. Don't want to give people the option to go telling them they can turn. I don't want them. You don't have an option to turn. That's because that's a 5-lane. That. By the way, I don't think this is the way that it would work in real life. This is just kind of microing traffic and skylines. So, experimenting with the cross highway roundabout.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
I have plenty of incinerators, you bitch. It's not my fault the AI doesn't use them. 3 out of 75. 7 out of 75, nowhere near capacity. 70 out of 75, nowhere near capacity.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this. A housing
And-
shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed.
So this is kind of what we did on the main highway. Difference being is the bypasses are too close to the edge, apparently.
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short
Also
term.
4-lane.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
psyche. It is a question of priorities.
8-lane? Why would I ever do a 6-lane when there's an 8-lane? Is an 8-lane. Doesn't look like it. Fix the glitch. Someone made these the wrong size, guys. Oh my god. Fix the glitch. Section of 2 highways. We're experimenting with, because obviously you can put in like a clover leaf or something, which would be great. It's just they're way too fucking big. Working alright. This isn't a split. This is, they have a chance if they go in the turn lane, they can actually go straight. That's probably going to fuck us later on. Bye-bye. Yeah. Doing it where they veer out to the side lane. So if we go back here, free ball it. Like, no, we want to go the opposite way, where they have to turn out. That's already what we have, isn't it? Shouldn't ever go into the outside lane unless they want to turn out. Don't want to see them go from the turn lane back into the highway lane. I don't see anyone turning out anymore. Okay. He's kind of a pain in the ass. Maybe we can fix the wiggle. Wiggle resolved. Alrighty. And the clusterfuck that is that roundabout. This one is almost completely relieved. That. So we probably could do some flow through here. Like we just did, that we're learning. That. And if we wanted to, we could give them a little bit more room to merge. See how that turns out. We'll just leave that for now. That's looking pretty good. By the way, I don't think something like this would actually work in real life because it would involve you actually knowing that the roundabout is occupied. I guess everyone that would go into a roundabout intersection like this would only go to the roundabout exchange in the center here if they wanted to turn out. Pretty much everyone would take the bypass, right? Just by default, you'd take a bypass. If this was real life, you would never go to this unless you wanted to turn out. Or you're feeling spicy and want to go around a roundabout at highway speeds, which is kind of crazy, but, you know, people live in Europe, so... Traffic actually looks pretty good now. Might need some, it's actually kind of curious why this is turning into a backup now. Is it all the industry area? Kind of. Fix this pretty easily. Isn't, keep going to that side route. Everywhere except the 8-lane road down the center. Easy fixes. Roundabouts for everyone. Finally, I think we're actually to the point where we maybe can actually start adding residential, or really anything. This is still an issue. Probably could put in another bypass down here. Or, 4-banger down. We not put in a 4-banger on the south? Huh. That's interesting. Nowhere? No way. We never put in a 4-banger cross street. Like right about there is where we want one. Go further south too. On it right here. Bulldoze a bunch of homes for fun. Oh yeah, I love bulldozing homes for fun. Okay. College, school, Health Research Institute. For you, you can go on the other side of the street. There. I don't know why it doesn't want to go over there. Yeah. Community pool. And we'll flippy flop you. Burn down. Well. They won't mind that I blow it up. Always kind of interesting when your community pool burns down, but you know, sometimes it just happens, guys. By the way, we have absolutely insane demand.
Driving advisory has been issued for the
RCI?
area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon, the
Yeah.
epitome of
And-
classical listening at home or wherever you roam.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know
Right.
what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing...
Don't
money
woman-splain to him.
You could
What are you
almost
doing?
say
Oh
it's
my
too
God.
much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming.
Knows what he's talking about. Not really.
Our story this hour, Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim.
That hooked
This
up with our
is
highway
the
road as
industrial
well
sector
as the
in
airport
the
road.
city.
That should get some
People are
traction
being
going
laid
through there.
off. The industrial
We'll have to
sector
wait and
is on
see.
the verge of collapse.
Then
And worryingly, crime is
there should
on
be an
the
option just to tunnel instead of going over mountains, which is what it's doing right now. There should be an option to go straight, like no grade. I think our outside road we want to double up. Yeah. Eventually. Make this into that. That. I miss, by the way, in SimCity, you should have the ability to just make straight 90s and 45s. Okay. No one's going to use that for the time being. That's future expansion. Good. Good. Spin to win. Right. It should definitely take off some of... pressure. What else do we have here? The Lucida Apartments. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what that is. Like it's too big. That's what she said. Wait, what? Guess we can build it over here, where no one cares. Weird-sized buildings. On industrial is really big. Let's put it on outside it. That. +1 graduation chance, +2% industry efficiency. We want more commercials, so we're going to add more buffing. Take much. I think we're gonna box this out with industry. They really need to redo the grid. So the grid allows you to basically build over the top like a pre-made grid, but the downside is it doesn't really hook up with existing roads. Like you should be able to draw over roads and then should just instantly connect all of them. It doesn't do that. Grid tool needs work. Use it. We still have problems with garbage. So maybe we should turn on our landfills again, and then maybe when they fill, the incinerators will pull from them. We're out of industry demand now. Right, it's looking pretty good. I should hopefully help with fog here on the highway. When in doubt, roundabout out. Alright, what's going on here? So we have a bypass, we have a small bypass here. I have a 3-lane going into it. This 3 lanes, use what can't because this is a 4-lane. Go the opposite direction. 4-lane then becomes the 5-lane that we had earlier. Outside lane only being the bypass. Strip businesses. Pretty good. You wouldn't think less lanes is more, but apparently it is. Are fuckered. Why? We have to expand our highways over here. Actually, I don't even know. There's no highway bypass here like we have with the other highways that enter roundabouts. Give this the treatment we did on the other side. Less is more. Or it'll make everything worse. One's fixed now. Apparently this guy thinks it can turn into the highway on the side. Yeah. Gonna be a mess for a while. Actually, we don't even need to do that, do we? Could do is... No, we don't want to do from there. Justine. And then expand. Take a little bit for that to iron out again. A lot of it, actually. It looks like they used the highway here on the side to bypass the inner city road, which is exactly where we want to be. The traffic here is their Google Maps on the vehicles that are driving here says, hey, instead of taking this inner city road with no one on it, take the highway because you move faster. And that's a flow logic problem with the cars, I guess. Technically could be true, but it depends on how packed the highway is. Slowly lighting up. Look at it. Look at it go. Look at it go. All because you gave them too many options. At least in game. Giving them too many options and then the AI doesn't know what to do with itself. Yep. We're going to leave that for a bit. We're going to shoehorn that or fix it up now.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour.
Oh.
Tonight we are doing a musical tour of Italia. Land of art and culture. Que bon, as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be our guide.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question
Might not be
on
enough
everybody's
space. I think we need to expand that a little bit.
Have come to this.
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's
Okay.
why today
Good,
we're
good, good.
talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
Wow. Wow. He doesn't care about his feelings at all. This is backed up. We don't. Once again, we don't have a bypass here. And in order to put a bypass in, I think we need to back up the lanes. Clear out the lanes, back them up, and then put in flow like we did with the other areas. Even if it's smaller, I'm pretty sure it'd just clear it up immediately. Ah, they just have a random traffic jam right here. Yeah. Must be something to do with this turn and then the merging logic coming up. Logic in this game, guys, traffic logic, kind of weird. Weird, very weird. Sometimes interesting, other times weird. Why? It literally went over to one lane, then back to the other lane. Doing? Why are they doing that? Stop that. Game had enough and just started deleting vehicles. Alright. Still have problems with trash. For whatever reason, that's like a never-ending issue. Still a problem in the game. I mean, we have a boatload of capacity, but it doesn't matter. It's just like they can't actually collect this stuff from these buildings fast enough. I mean, I could just put an incinerator in the middle of the city. Doesn't feel like the way we want to do it, but really isn't that big of a problem, because it can get around. But like right here, instead of doing the side to side, we did both sides, and that doesn't seem like it works as well. I want to go to 3-lane. No, you can't do that. What the fuck are you even... Stop, game. Don't do that. No, you can't do that. Valid shape my butthole. We don't have any issues, but that's a 3-lane. Right. Surgery begins. No. Stop that. Fuck me. Maybe? That is literally not allowing this. Once again, I think this has to do with roundabouts being kind of like an add-in instead of something you can just put down. Because if you can put them down, there'd be a lot more options. I don't know why you can't. Make a standalone roundabout. I think in order for me to adjust this, I have to delete. Free-balling guys with the free draw tool is actually sometimes a lot better than trying to snap it. I am finding out. That's gonna fix the glitch? Let's find out. Too many options again. The AI doesn't like too many options. They just don't use the lanes because they have to... The traffic all merges exactly the same. Maybe that's the problem. There's not enough randomization in the AI pattern for the traffic. So if they all try to merge at exactly the same time, there's going to be contention. So what they need is actually randomization in when they choose to merge. So that they all don't try to merge at exactly the same time, which actually breaks things. So it seems like they do. They all try to merge at exactly the same point, and that actually, like, they're all going to end up at exactly the same spot, and then there's going to be contention when there shouldn't be. Alrighty, and even though this is in the middle of nowhere, look at this. We got traffic. We already have traffic on our bypass on the side here with no industry built. Nothing at all. We already have stuff happening here. Nice. You know what I wish you... So in Texas, one of the things I saw in Texas, which I don't think there is anywhere else, is like highways... It was like a highway with like a road attached to the side of it. So there were basically off ramps into like side streets built into the highway. I don't think I've seen that anywhere else. I mean, there probably is somewhere else in the U.S. or even outside the U.S. But basically, it was like a multiple built... It was like, if you can imagine, like 2 or 3 lanes being highway, right? And then you have the outside lanes that are like normal or relatively normal speed. So you have room where you can merge back and forth between the two. And then sometimes, like, I think it was actually divided out, too. So there's, like, side streets that are divided out. And you'd, like, merge into the highway area and out of the highway area. It's actually pretty cool. I think that was in Houston, where I saw that. And I'm probably butchering it and misremembering it. But it was, like, a combination side street and highway, or just a normal street and a highway, built into one another. And I don't think, it's not something I've seen. Just, like, randomly all over the place. Pretty cool. Because then it allows for much faster moving traffic in the center. And then more turn lane / slower traffic on the sides. I don't think it was... Maybe it was highway speeds in the center. That's gonna be a problem. It freed up this guy. I mean, they can get on the highway and go over there, so... May benefit from a single turn lane. Yeah. Let's experiment with downgrading this to a single off-ramp. We do that. I think it's over on this side. That guy. Going in the outside lane and then going back to the inside lane. That's not what we want. I don't know what... Sometimes the AI does this shit. It doesn't make sense. I think it's because the middle lane fills up and then they go to the outside lane and then cut it. It's like kind of like the asshole behavior in real life. That didn't fix it. That's all fixed now. Oh.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of the classical genre. Let us move now.
To be able to get rid of stuff like that. I don't know why that's...
Literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener. My dear Professor Hornbuckle, whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am but a humble devotee of the form, and all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts. Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue. Professor Hornbuckle, as a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary soul. There now, my good fellow, chin up, as it were. No need to wallow in sediment. Leave that to those poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
Our story this hour. Kim is on scene outside.
That's gonna fuck her the outer lane. That's not what we want.
Abandoned building.
That's right.
Asymmetrical?
This
There
decaying
is.
shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse, and worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always got to watch out for crime, not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Well, let's see what happens with that. Once again, I don't know why they allow this. There should be a painting tool. Like, you got, like, kind of like some nuanced tools here with this guy. But what you really need is the ability to put a barrier down the center of the street so people can't cross. Divided road. You need to put down the division in the center so they can't turn. There needs to be a divider tool. This guy should not be able to go over here. That is definitely not what we want. Luckily, they won't because the roundabout's there, but yeah. Last thing you want is this guy going, oh, I want to go here. I think they're slowing down, too, because it's like a merge lane. You could use no left turn on. What is that? God. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where does it... There's no sign. It just basically fixes the road. I thought these were just signs. That fixed it. That definitely fixed it. There we go. Prohibits traffic from continuing straight. Oh my god, this would have been... I didn't know this did this. Like, over here? Where is it? Right here. We had problems with the traffic going cross-traffic? I mean, we did fix it in a different way, but if I put the sign here, that would have immediately stopped the issue we had with the highway traffic coming off and trying to go straight. Wow, that's super useful. So far, like, the only really useful tool was the crosswalk removal tool. Sometimes it puts it on highways and you don't want that. Good. Well, that fixed that completely. Yeah. Like, this is still an issue. Once again, it happens with people, like, stacking to the outside lane because they want to turn left. And once again, you need to divide this out so they can't actually do that. I mean, I could just push it back further, but... assholes, look at this guy. Look at this guy. It's just like real life. It's just like real life. This guy gets into the fucking turn lane to goddamn bypass the traffic that's not in the turn lane. Come on, don't do that. Or it gets in the highway lane to bypass the turn. He like goes and tries to turn in here, which is more common. Look at that asshole. Slip lane shorter. I mean, this guy? Do that then, but then they just build up further back. I mean, that's not really exactly what we want either. We're talking about the side lane for turn lane. If I make this shorter, then they just build up. Both the bypass lane and then the turn lane would build up further back. Wait and see what this does, because I just put in this in here. Wait on that. Back to that after the irons out a bit. This, like I said, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to... I mean, this isn't even that bad. Really wish you could make the roundabouts bigger. You should be able to make bigger roundabouts. Freestanding, bigger roundabouts, like in Cities 1. Pretty much fixed now, which is the lumber yards. Is a traffic accident. This is working pretty good. Problem. Working pretty good too, which is our highway roundabout with the bypass on the side. So kind of like what we're doing on the other side, only it's bigger. Worked pretty good despite the amount of traffic that's going through it. So the side street can either use the roundabout and get on the highway, or can just continue. Okay. Alright, that's pretty good. City definitely ironing out here, guys. Much better than last patch. So I thought we weren't going to be playing this, we were going to go back to Starfield immediately. But, actually, much better than what it was. Mainly because Game Pass was 2 patches behind. Patch, 2 patches behind. Now it's caught up with Steam. Spin to win. A lot of these look like they're getting on the highway. Which there isn't really an issue with that. A lot of industry traffic. Like my office is. Let's put in more. Why is that the only place in the city that does not like offices? What is so bad about that? Ah, they all burned down. Okay, well, there's that. This street used to be very packed, and now it's not really. Practically don't have anywhere that can get off the highway between here and here. Waterfall array. Ah. Not enough employees. Yeah. Zero. Yeah. High crime. Oh, that's what I was going to look at. Oh my god, there's criminals in jail now. Holy shit. So that mechanic's actually being used. That wasn't, I think, it wasn't for me, so it was either last patch or 2 patches ago where they fixed it, because I was on Game Pass. 23 sentence, 0 capacity, because we haven't been using it. We may actually do some police buildings, since that's actually a thing now. Headquarters. Extended administrative and staff facilities, a jail, large garage for patrol cars that cover a large service area. Okay. Might do it like right in the industrial area. There's access to a front road, like right in. Digging. Hide. Farm, isn't it?
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Right here.
Please exercise caution if you must.
Oh, office. So I don't want to bulldoze office.
Conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone
Right.
is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down.
This is an add-on. This is more cells.
Oh,
Garage.
I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time.
A pad.
Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
5,000 a month, 30,000 a month.
We're getting reports about a traffic accident.
The amount of cars that this has is actually, I thought maybe the garage would be bigger, and it doesn't. Maybe you can have more. Nope, you add one. So we get 30 cars, 1 helipad.
You might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you.
So for 375,000, I mean, we get a helicopter. 31 patrol cars, which really matter. And the normal police station, how many patrol cars can it have? Twelve for 56. I mean, it kind of seems not worth it. Police headquarters, you could just triple the amount of normal police stations you have. You'd have better coverage, too. Because they'd be plopped around in like a triangle, let's say. And have a capacity of 75, which doesn't really seem to matter that much. Capacity 350, it's basically the patrol cars that matter a lot. Houses stock and resource traders as well as financial advisors. Subway lines are down. We used to. Oh, actually, we have about the same amount. Okay. We did produce a international airport here at one point. Potentially do that again. The landfills are still filling up. Incinerators are under capacity, underutilized both in trucks and in terms of burn capacity. Well, we'll just wait to see what happens when the landfill gets full. We still have issues with trash piling up, especially in the low-income area. Kind of curious. Okay. May now have an issue with fire, where we never had an issue. We have literally one fire department covering our entire city. So we may actually have to change that. Yeah. It worked prior to the patch. I guess now fire is a mechanic in the game. Which kind of makes sense, I suppose. Where's my fire station? We don't even have... There we go. That's all we need. Just 8. Just 8, guys. That's fine. That's it. Yeah. These are building up again. I mean, obviously what needs to happen here is we need to go to like a 4-lane or a 6-lane highway. Kind of fun min-maxing at some points here, though. It up. I want to turn. Huh. Is the bypass creating contention? It might be. Actually making it worse. Despite the fact that there's no one in the roundabout. Anyways. Anyways. That would explain that. I see. Yep. Kinda sucks you can't put in bigger taxi yards. I think I would do that. I think the taxis maxed out at like 75 cars, which isn't enough. Bus stops, though, I think. Mass transit kind of sucks in this game. At least till they fix it. Not too bad. Guys, gonna take a little bit. Pretty good. Working pretty good. Good. Pretty good too. Not too bad, all things considered. Burned down buildings not clear themselves? I thought they did. Trash, garbage, waiting for hearse, waiting for hearse. Not need this many hearses. Is this the new garbage? Are hearses the new garbage, guys? Fuck. That just fucked the whole thing. Yeah. Might even put a second one in. Maybe we should put a second one in. Off they go. Alrighty. We have a lot of room for... Like, we've just been kind of min-maxing our streets here, guys. Put in another interchange. That looks pretty spiffy. More industrial, huh? Always been in demand. And it looks like our nuke production is actually... We're catching up with it. Oh my god, and for some reason you can't add on to your nuke. Enough. Not connected. That's already a problem. What? Fuck. Are they in a traffic jam with a parked car? I'm pretty sure they're in a traffic jam with a parked car, guys. Somehow. Traffic lights here for some reason. What is going on here? Delivery van, the fuck, Kappa? Kappa is the owner. Not Kappa, but... I don't want to delete the road. I'm deleting the road to fix it, but... Fix her shit. I guess that works too. Something's going on here. I think there's a traffic jam inside the factory here for some reason. I think the taxi wants to get out and these guys want to park. I am about to... Fuck you guys. Get the fuck out of here. Stop that shit. I should have thought about that in the first place. Literally, the easiest thing is literally just to bulldoze the building, and it'll just recreate itself. Oh, there's a taxi in another building. Whatever. Here. Help you out again, taxi. Better go fix yourself. That is one ginormous butt plug there, guys. That was really holding up like a quarter of the city. Huge. Okay. Ramp that guy. are done mass-producing garbage pits. Yeah, we don't have a grid tool. Yes or no, fuck your face. What the fuck is it building off of? Boop, boop, boop. Let's do vertical. No one wants to build in the hills. Totally. Whatever. Okay. We're just gonna zone this all yellow, cause love the industry. Look at them move in. Look at them move in. They don't have a care in the world. Nomming that shit up. Been right next to the garbage dump. Fuck yeah. Garbage dumps. I love garbage dumps so much. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, we do care about those commercial whenever that builds up. And let that milk out our industry. I'm gonna have to put in another crossroad here, like maybe even just extend that one. On here. Why? I think this is leftover from the taxi traffic jam earlier.
Please exercise caution if you must drive.
Ugh.
And try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Like there's just random cars over here. So that's faster than going through the highway or whatever. Some people are in the know.
If you must drive. And try to stay off the streets.
Fuck, it's 10:30, guys.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Right.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home.
And sewer.
So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare.
Time for more poop pipes. Oh yeah, I love poop pipes.
We are doing a musical tour of
Like I don't even want to use sewage treatment, guys, just because poop pipes are so amazing.
Que bon. as
I mean, why wouldn't you want to just dump massive amounts of waste in the water? Perfect.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing?
Oh,
in business?
yeah.
Kim?
Poo the pipe. Poo it. Poo it. Oh, all over. More poo. More poo. Please, game.
Now the place is shuttered as most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds,
Must
how
flow.
could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim.
There we go.
We'll have more with Kim after the break.
There we go.
For our feature
It wants to flow, guys.
story,
Oh, yeah.
taking the pulse
They used to do this with the poo. They used to do this. Let's just dump it in the water. It just goes away, you know? It just disappears. Oh, yeah.
Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hard.
The brown sea spreads. This isn't, look, it's starting to clear up. Nature is healing. This isn't what we want. Look at this. You could actually see, like, clear water in here. You don't want that.
Let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not.
Yeah, I don't know how to...
You heard it here,
You
folks.
can't clear up these buildings fast enough with garbage trucks.
Pretty stinky though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after
For hers aren't a big deal. High density areas have a lot of problems with trash still. And that the shitty thing, guys, is like the shitty thing is we have trucks standing by, not at the landfill, but incinerator has just trucks sitting here that aren't doing anything. Still broken. Industrial waste processing, I'm pretty sure only services industrial. Even particular types of industrial. Still growing in terms of the amount of trash here, too. I think we're just going to leave these on as a buffer for incinerators, because the incinerators are broken still. No matter how much they process, they literally don't go and get more, so. This one is. The other ones are not. All downwind. Ah! That's, oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that shit stain. Actually supposed to be cities over here. Like, see them. But the fact that there's actually ground and air pollution coming from nowhere indicate that there are cities here. Look, you can actually see the city. Why doesn't it render it? So there's actually a legitimate city here. Like, this wouldn't just be made up. The game is simulating other cities along with your city? No way. Look at this. There's actually cities here. Is this part of the why the game has actually ridiculous amounts of demand? Look at that. What the fuck? Why has no one talked about this on Reddit? Look at this. You are seeing demand from other cities. Land value. There's actually cities here. It's not showing us the building levels, but like, look at this. Population? Happiness doesn't work. So there's a rough simulation. Workplace availability. There's a rough simulation going on outside the screen. They changed too, like we just saw it change. So like SimCity also simulated outside the building, outside the city. There is a rough simulation for outside of our city itself. You can actually see where the highways are too. Like there's actually roads here. Maybe it's not fully working? And look, there's even polluted watersheds because of the industry. Can't see them, but they're there. at that. Look at the air pollution over here. Industry. And there's all the streets. That's interesting. Look at that. And value too. There's like cities in the distance too. How many cities is it rendering? Like, it's rendering what would, like, if you can imagine a city with no buildings and, like, nothing there. Like, just nothing. Like, all the visibility's turned off. They still exist. Everything is here. Workplace availability, population, ground pollution from their industry, air pollution from industry, noise pollution from... this actually literally just shows you the streets, right? And it looks like things aren't completely meshed up properly here. Where it connects to my road. It comes into my city. So the AI is actually trying to make cities, or the simulation's trying to make cities. The game's trying to make cities outside of mine. Included watersheds. Maybe the budget is imbalanced, but like there's actually like the game would have buildings and roads here, right? That's incredible. Like, it's not just one of these things where like you're seeing like, you know, just the possibility of a city here, right? There's actually, it looks like it's growing and shrinking, and these weren't here earlier in the game either. As my city's been growing, they've been growing too. So they actually do work to a certain extent. Maybe not fully, as we could see here with the highway here does not match my highway, right? It doesn't click up to my highway. Same on the other side. And this just doesn't connect to anything over here. Wow. I think one of the most telling indicators of the other cities is the noise pollution, which indicates roads. They aren't fully functional. But, like, they're actually here. So they actually, while launching this game, they actually took time to... This was supposed to be, like, probably wanted to consider this for a launch feature, and they didn't do it because it didn't quite pan out, but it's still operating in your simulation. I don't know how much this influences your FPS issues, which this very well could. And not specifically your graphical, like we aren't rendering anything here, like graphics-wise, but CPU-wise, we might also be looking at the hit, like maybe a rough hit from simulation in the background here. From look at all these cities here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 towns around my own. And some of these are relatively big. Like these couple of these near me are pretty big. Holy shit. I'm gonna go make a Reddit post. I haven't seen any of this. I haven't seen anything about this. Pretty good. There's even a city over here in that little island area. What the fuck? I don't know if this is new. I haven't really, like, whenever I'm looking at this, I've never taken time to zoom out and look at everything around me. We do. There's clearly indicators that there's other cities around you that you just can't see. Certain things don't look like they're like, I think the happiness, for instance, would be based around people, like, walking around and shit, right? And the actual buildings. wealth. So only certain things are working. But there are definitely things working. There's a population map. It's definitely showing populations there. I mean, I'm not against this, by the way. This would probably be an indicator of why other people's systems are chugging. Like I said, I have a 16-core processor. I have a very fast, not 16 virtual cores. I have 16 actual cores. I have 32 virtual cores. I have a 7150X 3D, guys. And right now, my game is operating at 80, like, pretty legitimately 80% across all my cores. Maybe plus minus 10% of this. Nothing is sitting at 100%. It goes up maybe occasionally to 92% on a core, but nothing is sitting at 100%. And it is almost fully utilizing my 7950X3D. That's pretty insane. But this may be an indicator of why. Right here. Noise pollution is probably the best indicator. Maybe population? Noise pollution is probably the best indicator of looking at the cities right now. Ground pollution is just really industry. Noise pollution is like your streets and shit. It looks like all the towns don't completely hook up to each other, but they're very close. Wow. That's pretty neat. I haven't seen anything about this on Reddit. Well, that's an interesting chaser. By the way, we have a shitload of industry zoned here. It'll eventually build up. Just gotta give it some time. I'm willing, because industry is in that's like low residential. It's in such high demand. I'm not really against that. This is still a problem. Garbage is still an issue in the game. Looks like, honestly, the burned down buildings have not fixed themselves, so let's just delete them. Well. I don't know if this is like SimCity where you have to delete buildings, but we're gonna do it anyway. I mean, more stuff we can deal with in the future, that's not really a problem. This game, guys, last 2 patches made a huge difference in the game. There's still stuff that's broken, but it's not nearly as broken as it was. Like, my RCIs, like, one of the most fun things about the game, guys, is literally playing around with the RCI and how you zone stuff and what's demanded and what's not. And if that's not working properly, which it wasn't, low industry was just constantly in demand, it creates a very one-dimensional game. Not fun. That's a fucking garage. Ah. Oh, we can't access the road anymore. Yeah, fuck you. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Let's see. I wanted to turn the whole thing brown.
Has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
And it looks like we still need more hearses.
Exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been
Might actually eventually catch up though.
Service announcement.
This is Second Moon Radio Classic.
The death, I think, isn't just purely deaths, it's also people that are currently dead that haven't been picked up yet.
Penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of
I don't know what we're supposed to do about garbage. We have a giant garbage dump as buffers, and they're filling up.
Through a silent audible masterpiece. Now, here we
Narrators are not picking up trash like they should. Mail is still broken.
Transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
What I want to do is I want to zone more. I want to zone mixed. I'm a big fan of mixed areas.
Story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week.
Shut your lying
Now
face.
The place is shuttered, like most of the
Shuttered.
commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after the break.
Be nice if we could look at the commercial map and at the same time zone mixed. We can't really. Why is this green? Mixed. Pretty big fan of the mixed housing. Mixed commercial. You have to find an area that doesn't really have any... I'd even replace, like, maybe normal commercial with that. I don't think high-density commercial can turn into gas stations, which is kind of a problem. You can. Okay. Alright, guys, we gotta call things here. And not actually ending on a horrible note. This game's looking up, guys. Things are pretty good. Tonight, guys, we're either going to play Starfield or we're going to play Cities. I don't know which. And I'm actually would say that I didn't quite hate playing Cities today, so... I kind of debated you guys by saying we were going to play some Cities and then we're going to nope out to Starfield because the game's probably going to suck. As it turns out, it actually doesn't suck that much. So maybe tonight we'll do some more Cities. I don't know. I always kind of pump the brakes when we get stuck on like some aspect of the city that's kind of broken. Looks like cemeteries are kind of broken right now, as well as garbage is still broken in high-density areas. See how that goes. The incinerator is still broken. Mail service is also still broken. That's a big deal. People don't realize it, but if you look at your demand, it's like negative 15% for mail service. That's a big deal, because they can't level up then. So mail service is still a really big deal and very broken. But at least it's not breaking the entire game like garbage was, so... Yeah. Alrighty, guys. We're going to call things here for this afternoon. Pleasantly surprised. I thought this was going to be horrible, and it was not. But if you are new to the stream, you enjoy the bullshit, you enjoy the bitching, you enjoyed watching me try to fix things, make sure the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day from late night to early morning, GMT -6, so late night North American time. You stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take, depends on what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. I'm out of here for this morning, guys. I'm going to go eat some dinner and go to bed. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.